What is going on, everybody? Welcome back. It is our third annual Off the Ball Network draft show. We are live. We'll be with you from pick one, which will presumably be Caleb Williams to the Chicago Bears. I didn't get a chance to look at the updated odds, but I'm pretty very unbettable.
I think it's like they said somebody betted like $10,000 to like win $100 on Caleb to go number one. Like
I knew it was something crazy. Like you, in order to win a considerable amount of money, you have to bet like it's easily seven figures,
which is silly, but
it's crazy. But
it is good. He is going to be number one pick. So
yeah, absolutely, as he should be. Nonetheless, like I said, we will be here with you from pick number one all the way to pick 32, whoever that may be, by whichever team that may be. As of now, the Kansas City Chiefs hold that draft spot. And again, we've seen crazier things happen. Teams move back up into the first round, which I anticipate the Commanders doing, sitting there with two of the top 10 picks in the second round. I believe they're going to package those to somebody, move back up into the first round, possibly get an offensive tackle, address another position of need. I've seen Daniel Jeremiah, his mock draft yesterday, had the Commanders trading with the Rams at 19. Which, fun fact, if the Rams do stick with their pick and actually draft somebody,
it'll be the first time they draft the first round forever, right?
Since Jared Goff.
2016?
Yep.
That's crazy. F them picks.
I mean, hey, it got them a Super Bowl ring, so which we've had this discussion before. Which would you rather have? Someone in your position, Chris, you got to see two championships. Your team is trash now, straight basura. Whipped on a quarterback.
We are trash. So
took
bad.
Took a third-string quarterback, 6th overall.
Oh man,
Gettleman
special, man. The Gettleman special.
And then Mike turn around and take another third-string quarterback, 6th overall, and JJ McCarthy. We will see, but I personally think I would rather be in that position, being able to see my team win a couple rings rather than where I'm at right now, sitting with the number 2 pick. Possibly,
and the Rams have been able to find good players in the 4th, 5th. Puka Nacua, it was a 5th round. So they've been able to find some gems late, and that's how you have a good scouting department, when you're able to not have high picks and you could still turn out some Pro Bowl level players. The running back Kyron Williams was a late round pick, the year before. So they've been able to find some gems. So they've hit gold with some late round picks. Because it's not always about what we so focus so much on the first round, because that's obviously the whole high profile players and all that. But there's 6 other rounds right in this draft that can make or break you. So.
Thank you so much to those of you who are tuning in at the moment. We're still about another 10 minutes from the draft officially starting. Another probably 15 after that for Caleb Williams' name to be called by the Chicago Bears, the 2023 Heisman Trophy winner. Speaking of Heisman trophies, quick shout out to Reggie Bush, longtime fan of his, obviously being a USC guy, watching him growing up, getting his Heisman back, rightfully so, which he has deserved the entire time. I'm still going forward with his defamation lawsuit against the NCAA, claiming essentially in a nutshell that he cheated during his time at Southern Cal, which my argument to that would be, if having a place to lay your head at night is an athletic advantage, then maybe the NCAA should really reconsider their whole model.
Weren't they kids in trouble, suspended or expelled, whatever, for eating if they got a sandwich or a Subway, or the rules of the NCAA has been, and it's crazy with all the not to get off, but with everything going at NIL and how everyone's complaining about, blame the NCAA, because they could have had easy fix to this at a lesser rate, and less money being involved. Yeah. Jeff said this on a show. He's like, if they would have just said, $40K, everyone gets, or something like that, you get a couple grand a month. Kids would have been straight. But no, not even $1. And guess what? Now kids are getting 7 figures. Oh, we're all mad now. Oh no, these kids are making. There's not the spirit of college football is dead. Well, you guys messed it up. You guys, this is your fault.
You guys killed it.
Could have easily fixed this. Easily. With not even
Could
that
have
much
given
money.
them.
Not even that much
Could have
money.
given them. Could have stayed, under 5 figures.
Yeah.
Max out at maybe 10,000 a year.
It would have been straight with that cruise.
Yeah.
If you said, "Yo, we'll give you $5 grand," all right, I can eat. I can go out, and not have to. All right, cool. That's it. That's all they were asking for. Guess what you guys did? You guys opened up a whole world, and now you're mad. That's why I have no sympathy for coaches and all that. Well,
Yeah, not at all.
None
And
whatsoever.
on top of that, it's now created a situation where we see these players who get an NIL deal at one school, and then maybe they didn't get enough playing time or something they didn't fully like. So then they pack up, they go get another NIL. Perfect example, not football, not even men's sports, but Haley Van Lith goes to Louisville, balls out, transfers to LSU, expecting to win a national championship, gets her NIL deal, realizes maybe she's not all that. Maybe she's not her, like she thought she was in the AAC or wherever Louisville plays. Now you're in SEC ball. Now you're playing against the South Carolinas of the world. You get bodied a little bit. Now you go to TCU, which making money in both places. Now you transfer to TCU, and that's where we're at. Where kids are transferring basically free agency in the NFL or in the college football every year. And I know
a lot of these guys are not going to be pros. Like a lot of these people aren't going to be going to NFL, be first round picks and make $100 million, in the NBA and make 200. So, hey, if I could transfer to another school and they're giving me, 650 grand. Hey, you know what? I may never ever make 650 grand in my life. Exactly. So guess what? Hey, I'm in 4 schools in 4 years. It could be a little ridiculous, but guess what? I'm chasing the money and all that. And I'm getting a head start in life. I got a head start in life because I think there's a lot of people that wish they got a head start like that in life, with all the student loan. They wish they had a head start. So I don't, hey, you want to transfer? Cool. Like people mad with Duke, like, oh, you must be mad. All these kids are transferring to Duke. It's like, if another school's offering them more money, hey, good for them. I'm not mad at them. Go do what you got to do, man. Make your money.
Always cool. It's always cool to criticize people in a position that you never have and never will be in.
Exactly. Well, you don't know what their family situation is and all that. A lot of kids are coming from inner cities and all that. So hey, I gotta take the blood. I'm sorry. Yeah, I committed to you, but guess what? The other school's giving me triple. I'm sorry. I guess I got to go to Arkansas. So. Yeah, hey, man, it is what it is, man. The NCAA did it to themselves, so there's no one to blame but the NCAA. So they want to complain and all that. Nick Saban and all that crying about. I don't know if you saw Mac Brown did an interview, with dude from 24, Josh Pate. Perfect, and this is remember Mac Brown, old school coach, right? He's in the 70s and all that. Yep. He was like, "Deal with it. We got to adjust. I can't get mad. I just got to deal with it. We just got to roll with the punches. This is the new thing. Hey, I got to adapt. If I don't adapt, then guess what? I shouldn't be coaching then." And I said that, and I was like, "Oh my God, thank you. Everyone coach is like, "Oh, this is where." He's like, "Yeah, do we need regulations? Yeah, but you know what? Hey, this is the new way. I got to deal with it. All right, cool. We adjust
and
we figure it out."
We saw arguably the greatest college football coach of all time say, "Hey, I can adjust and step away."
And I said that if you can't adjust and you want to, I don't want to hear you cry every 2 seconds on the show. You can't adjust, then leave. Do it. Or what? Who's homie that went to Chip Kelly? I can't deal with it no more. You know what? I don't want to be head. Let me be OC so I can just worry about coaching and all that. And I respect that more than all these coaches complaining and all that. I can't do now. Adjust or go be an offensive coordinator somewhere else. Go be offensive coordinator. So you're gonna worry about that. And Chip Kelly, respect to him because he's like, I don't want to deal with this and all that. You
got to know when to hang it up. But once again, thank you to everybody watching, whether you're watching on Twitter, whether you're watching on any of the Facebook channels, YouTube. If you're not on YouTube, I implore you to please go over to youtube.com/OTBN. Go like and subscribe, like the video, possibly leave a comment like our favorite Cowboy fan, whose team got whooped by Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers in the wild card round.
If Mo doesn't like the
he's
pick,
talking bums.
if you know Mo doesn't like the pick, you know that guy's gonna be an all-pro.
Yep. Famously, Mo was rather upset in the Micah Parsons pick. And look how that turned out. I wish I could have been upset about my team picking Micah Parsons.
Mo was so hurt. Mo thought about quitting.
Shout out to our guy Ken, our favorite Canadian up there in Maple Syrup Land. I know, Ken. Thank you very much. Go like and subscribe to Ken's stuff. If you've been keeping up on his betting picks, he's been doing pretty well lately. So definitely go check him out. Looks like the draft is officially started. Bears are about to be on the clock once again. Caleb Williams is a known fact. I think Jaden Daniels is pretty much locked in at 2. So really the draft, we say, as every year, we always pick a spot where the draft really starts. This year happens to be pick number 3. Caleb Williams, 10,082 yards while in college in his 3 years. His lowest year being obviously that Oklahoma year when he was not the starter beginning of the season, set behind Spencer Rattler, who a lot of people are, our own Mo included, is high on Spencer Rattler. Thinks he might be a steal of this draft. Again, the 2022 Heisman Trophy winner out of USC, just had just an illustrious career. Last year, still had a great career statistical wise. 3,600 yards, 30 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, which is the same amount of picks he threw his Heisman Trophy year. Same amount yards per average, or average yards in the air. His quarterback rating was actually higher last year than it was his Heisman year. A lot of people obviously were talking about a lot of the off the field stuff, the non-football related stuff, painting the nails, the crying to his mom. But at the end of the day, I think, and I can only speak for myself, Caleb Williams just loves ball. He loves football. That's what he has shown over the last 2 years. And I think the Bears are getting not only the best player in this draft, I think he could end up being possibly the best number 1 overall pick of all time.
Ooh. Best number 1 pick of all time. That's high praise. I don't know if I would go that far, but I do find it funny that people are picking on like the little stuff. The paint the nail. I mean, really? Are we really? Come on now. Painted nails. That's ridiculous. The mom thing, maybe it was a little extra, but I'm not gonna judge him being emotional. This is emotional. Football's emotional, man. I don't know if you haven't played football, it is emotional. It's a different level of emotion you play. I was that emotional, and I'm not a natural, but I was emotional. I played, so it's like I get it. I got that. You see your mom, especially when you see your mom in an emotional state on the field, then you see your mom. It's just like it triggers. So I understood it. Maybe it was a little, but it is. I'm not gonna. If I was a G, I'm not gonna be like, no, that's a red flag. This isn't the movie, the draft day. Like, we need to relax. Like, oh, he didn't go to his birthday. Everybody likes this guy. Everybody praises him. His teammates love him, and all that. And what you see on the field, like, oh, but he would. And you always see people comment like, oh, 7-5 and all that. I was like, oh, I didn't. So he played defense. He gave up 45 points to Colorado, and all that. Like, hey, he could. He had a really good season. It's just his team wasn't good. So like, the Bears are doing the right thing. They're taking their franchise quarterback. They've been, they have been starving to get a franchise quarterback. They've tried and have failed for the most part. So they're taking a guy who could potentially be generational. You don't pass up on a generational quarterback. Even if you're not certain, you don't pass up on this guy. I know people are like, oh, they should keep Justin Fields, and nah, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. You can't pass it because you did that a few years back, and you saw how it is. You actually felt it when you pass up on a generational. So you can't do that again. You take him and you live with it. You can live with, if he doesn't work out, hey, but we took the best core, we took the best player in the draft. Like we gave it a shot. It didn't work out for whatever reason. It may not work out. You can't. It's the easy pick. So once they traded Justin Fields, we all knew it was accurate. It's happening.
I was holding out hope for the longest time that they weren't going to trade him. That maybe they saw something in Justin Fields that nobody else did.
Yeah,
and we're going to say, you know what? Let's trade back. Let's build more around Justin Fields and do something. The second I got that notification on my phone that Justin Fields had been traded to the Steelers, that's when I knew, okay, Caleb's gone. Now it's going to be between Jaden Daniels and Drake May, which at this point is looking like it's going to be Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I want to. How are you feeling about that? About potential Jaden Daniels being your quarterback?
I'm okay with it. I'm going to like the pick regardless. I think what Adam Peters has done this offseason speaks volumes to the way he's learned how to build a team under John Lynch in San Francisco and the way they built the teams in Denver during their playoff runs, during their Super Bowl runs. We got Eminem going out to the stage right now. Good for him. Detroit. Great. Detroit finally gets to celebrate.
I like how they're doing the drafts now, like the environments and all that. Like it's just it makes it feel like they really are king. NFL, they're going against the NBA now, and they're like, we're gonna be fine.
Oh yeah.
They're going into playoffs and like not even like they're gonna kill the numbers are gonna be. They're gonna break whatever record they did last year. Just like the next year, they're gonna break the record from this year. Like it's just crazy how like it is just the draft. Like a lot of people don't know about these players yet. It is a massive. Like there's probably how many people there? 100? I don't know. That
10,000.
50. I don't know. It's just a big event. It's like the Super. It's like they made the draft like the Super Bowl. It's a big event.
Yep.
It's crazy how big it's gotten and all that.
It's hard to compete with an organization that literally owns a day of the week, that goes up against Jesus Christ himself and usually wins.
They win no matter what.
You got Jared Goff coming to the stage, Armand, the newly extended Armand Brown.
Lions gave out bags.
Ada Hutchinson, their former number 2 overall pick, and then Megatron. Calvin Johnson out there on the stage.
Oh, Barry Sanders.
The greatest back of all time. And I'll fight anybody who says otherwise.
Yeah, he's the GOAT. Wow, there's a lot of people. Holy shit. I don't even know.
Yeah, they've definitely turned the draft into a legit fan fest. A real spectacle. That's good.
The Lions are cool.
Yeah.
The Detroit Lions are cool. It's crazy, you know. That's listen, if you're a fan of a team that's struggled, like the Lions have struggled, and you saw what they did this year, and they were literally a couple plays away from going to the Super Bowl, it gives you hope.
Yeah. For
your team, your organization, like you have hope because you're like, hey man, the Lions can do it. We can do it. We just need to. You may have the right GM that figures it out. I watched the stuff you do, and the guys they have the YouTube series following. I'm like, whatever, I forgot what it's called, but I'm like, oh, you know,
Commander's Log.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, I like this GM. I don't know. He's just something about him. Like I think they might have they might have found the right guy to get everything together, and we'll see. But
speaking of which, I like that what he's done this offseason. He's made some really good signings. He's made a lot of low risk, high reward signings. The Bobby Wagner deal. I know Bobby Wagner's he's not in his prime anymore. He's not what he used to be. He's a vet in that locker room. He still can do enough to be a playmaker on the team, and it's a 1-year deal.
Yeah, he could, and like you said, he could still play. Maybe he's not the Bobby Wagner All Pro, but he's still someone that can get you 100 tackles and just be a leader and teach. The guys on it, because you guys have players on defense. You guys have a lot of good players, so that's a good locker room piece and all that to have, just to build that word culture, right? We always hear the word culture and all that. If you want to establish a culture, what better piece to have a guy who's been around some, dominant personalities and knows how to handle that. So, that
Exactly.
Bobby Wagner was definitely a good piece to get.
Same with Austin Eckler. He's a sort of a he's different than he's basically what we wanted Antonio Gibson to be. A kind of shifty back who's who's faster than B Rob, shiftier, who can catch out of the backfield. Which Antonio Gibson was a poor man's Austin Eckler. And we not got rid of him, we let him go. He's not with the Patriots, good for him. When it got Austin Eckler on a really team friendly deal. Because we see a lot of these teams overpay for running backs. We saw what the Cowboys were essentially forced to do with Ezekiel Elliott, give him that massive contract, and he underperformed and had to cut him, eat all that dead cap money, sign with the Patriots, and now there's talks of him coming back to Dallas. So I trust what Adam Peters is going to do tonight and for the next 2 days as well. You see the Bears war room. They already know who they're picking. They've known who they've picked since the day they traded Justin Fields. But I trust what Adam Peters is going to do, whether he sits there and takes Jaden Daniels, or he trades back for some reason and takes somebody else. I wouldn't mind getting. I'll tell you what, though, I wouldn't mind in round 3 if we can try to nab Brendan Rice. I think the name obviously is a big deal, being obviously the GOAT's son.
It's Jerry's kid, right?
Yep, Jerry's kid. But he made plays. He wasn't this all-star. He wasn't, no first team All-American, no first team All Pac-12. He was, he did what he was supposed to do. He did his job. He got open for Caleb Williams when he needed him to be. I think he's sort of basically this year's Terry McLaurin. If we're able to get him in the 3rd round or possibly later, I don't think he's going to last that long. But I think that'd be a nice addition to the wide receiver room, just another option for Jaden Daniels or whoever the quarterback is. But again, we assume it's going to be Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, Jaden Daniels. I mean, it's crazy how a lot of these quarterbacks we know about Drake May, we know about Caleb, obviously, but it's crazy how the other quarterbacks who are kind of like, mid-round picks, and they just elevated this year. And this is Jaden. He won the Heisman Trophy. So
it must be an LSU thing.
All right. It's true. Right?
Joe Burrow, prior to that 2020 season, was a late 3-day pick. 6th, 7th round, possibly one of those free agent signings that you're calling in the last 10 picks. Like, hey, if you don't get picked, we want you in camp. Going into number 1 overall pick, Heisman Trophy winner, arguably the best offense college football has ever seen.
And then boom, 1 year later, you're the number 1 pick.
Exactly.
1 year can turn around for a quarterback, especially. Like, he could really turn around you from being a late round. Like Jaden Daniels was probably, someone you take late, as a stash. You just like, all right, well, maybe he can develop in 3 to 4 years and be a backup or a spot starter, athletic guy we could do some RPOs with. And now he's probably gonna be the number 2 pick in the draft, or definitely top 3, because he had a season. Yeah, now he's not someone's franchise quarterback, and he wasn't even thought about that even midway through the season. Even sort of late in the season, it's just kind of how the end of the season, the off season, he wowed people and all that. People talk about him being a good teammate and all that, and that goes a long way, man. Just the little thing, the little intangibles. The intangibles go a long way, and obviously he played good this year, but he showed the intangibles and all that, and that's what teams are looking for, especially at the quarterback. That's probably the one spot you need intangible. You have to have that it factor.
Right.
We'll see.
Exactly. The Bears have not won a playoff game since 2010. That is the 2nd longest streak in the NFC. I believe the first is the Washington Commanders. We have not won a playoff game since 2005 against Tampa Bay.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy.
I remember, how I remember that game? Girlfriend broke up with me that day.
Dang.
I was sad.
girlfriend broke up with you, and you had to watch Washington win a playoff game.
Well, what did the Giants do that year? 2005. We might got bounced in the first round, I think. Yeah,
we weren't, because we were a wild card team. We didn't win the division. We won in Tampa, and then went to Seattle the following weekend and got bounced.
I think we won the division that year, but we lost in the first round. I think we played like the Pan. No, the Eagles. I think we lost. We knew it was early because we didn't win a playoff game until 07. But yeah, I think we lost early that year. Yeah, that's a long time to not win a playoff game. Definitely a long time. I'm gonna make the pick.
I've been here for all of it. Oh, it was the 05-06 season. And yep, you guys won the division that year. Lost to Carolina.
Yeah, they think they shut us out.
23-0.
Yeah, they shut us out. Yeah, I remember now. They shut us out. Yeah. Jake Delhomme, right? Yeah, that was Jake Delhomme. Shut up by Jake Delhomme. Damn. So this is Lincoln Riley's third number one pick, right? Fourth?
Number one pick, he had Kyler
Baker, right? He had Baker.
Baker, yeah.
He has Caleb.
Yeah.
That's impressive. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I know I saw someone say, "Oh, but he's never won a national championship." I was like, "All right, you got 3 number one picks. That's on my resume." Hey, that's something you can always tell the quarterbacks, like that you recruit, no matter what. Like, hey, I got 3 of them, and how many Heisman trophies?
Same thing with Coach K. All 3 of those were Heisman Trophy winners. Was Kyler? I don't remember if Kyler won the Heisman.
Yeah, he won the Heisman. Yeah, he won the Heisman. Yeah. It's impressive. No matter what, I know he has his struggles. I know people he gets the Coach Cal treatment. But
that's exactly who I was about to bring up right now.
And that's not a bad thing. Hey, man, I still take that.
As long as, and even when I said in the group chat, as long as the team and as long as those kids and their parents understand, hey, we're not here to win a national championship. We're here to get your kid into the NBA. There's Caleb Williams selected number 1 overall, which we all knew.
Caleb Williams is the number 1 pick. No shocker there.
I wish we had a statistics team, Chris. I need you to look into hiring a research team
in a research department.
Yeah. Have we ever had back-to-back Heisman Trophy winners selected with the top 2 picks?
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good trivia question.
Well, that's first you have to. Oh, right. I keep thinking it's only quarterbacks that win Heisman. That's like that's all it feels like now. But that's a good question. We have to look at who all the number 1 picks who are even Heisman Trophy winners. All right, let's 2012. No, Luck wasn't a Heisman Trophy winner.
He was not.
Cam Newton year. Who was the number 2 pick that year? Okay.
I'm just going draft by draft at this point. No. 21.
And Dominican Sue should have won the Heisman, but Sam Bradford and Dominican Sue, no. Okay, so 2011.
Burrow and Kyler weren't drafted 1-2 overall. Different drafts. I'm talking the top 2 picks in one draft.
Yeah. 1-2.
Back-to-back Heisman Trophy winners in the same draft class.
That might be like something you gotta throw it back. I don't think anything recent, right? I can't think of a recent. I'm going through all the recent ones. No, they weren't. 2015. Who was 2015? Jameis and Marcus Mariota, right? They won the Heisman's, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
Okay.
one. Let's see if there's any more. Let's see. Is there any more? No, they didn't.
Yeah, Cam Newton, same draft, number 1 and number 2 overall. Oh, Caleb Williams crying again. There he goes. I don't know why he's crying.
Don't take him. No. It's a bust.
NFL draft.
Every 4 years, they take a quarterback. Trubisky. They traded up for Trubisky too, right?
Yeah, they traded up one spot.
Both teams missed.
Yeah.
Alvin Thomas was not good at all. Patrick Mahomes. Oh man. Now you got me scrolling, seeing if there's any other. Tyler, Nick Bosa, no. Who's the number 2 pick 2020? Chase Young, no.
Commanders draft room. Adam Peters is on the phone with somebody. And my phone's not ringing, so he's definitely not calling me.
Oh right, you guys have Bob Myers like involved. Forgot.
I think he was just involved with the GM process, though.
Like the GM process, right? Yeah, I saw that. See him on the phone. The pick is in. Oh no, they're shaking hands. But they made their pick. Piper's been doing this forever.
Here comes the commissioner.
Jaden Daniels is your quarterback, Cruz.
Let's go.
What's the feeling?
Last
What
time
you
we picked a reigning Heisman Trophy winner, second overall. Nothing went wrong.
Everything went right. He won Rookie of the Year and went on to do beautiful things in life.
One of the greatest broadcasting careers of all time.
That's what I meant. One of the greatest broadcasters in modern day history.
He got to race a jet.
Hey, he lasted longer than Andrew Luck.
I mean, technically, yes.
He did, right? He lasted longer than Andrew Luck, right? He played after Andrew retired, right?
Yeah.
Sparingly, but hey, he lasted longer.
I like the hat this year.
The hat's a nice.
All right, we got a quarterback. Now let's go pick a real team name.
What's the Commander's hashtag on Twitter?
Raise hail.
Gotcha. Jaden Daniels. I wanted him, to be honest. If there was a quarterback, obviously Caleb was not obtainable. If there was a quarterback the Giants I wanted to get, it was Jaden, but it's no longer the case.
I think he'll be able to put on some weight that Dan Quinn's gonna and not Lane Kiffin, Cliff Kingsbury. They're gonna get him in the weight room. They're gonna get him the nutritionist.
You got the right infrastructure for this for Jaden. Unlike, I know people are going to compare it to RG3, but he's in a better position than RG3 was. Just, the franchise is different. It's under new ownership now. It's just a different environment. So he's going to be handled a lot better than RG3 was.
See, this is why I need to work in the NFL. Heisman quarterbacks to be selected the top 2 in the same draft. Then they're done that NFL Network. We had it. We already talked about it.
We had that first NFL Network.
New England has made their pick. Their pick is in. You think they're taking Drake? They got to be taking Drake May, right?
I would say so.
So then where's the first trade going to be at then?
I think Arizona, man.
They're going to trade back with Minnesota or Denver?
Either Minnesota, Denver, New York, or Vegas too. I think if you want your quarterback, you got to move up. You can't stay put at 13. If you're the Raiders, if you want one of your quarterback, you got to trade up. If you need a quarterback, you have to trade up. It really is that simple. So the spots to trade up is Arizona at 4. Who has the 5th pick?
5 is the Chargers.
The Chargers, obviously. I know that there was like rumors potentially, but I don't see that happening.
I mean, if you ask me, both those teams still need a quarterback, but
Yeah.
Drake May going 3 overall to sit.
Who's their quarterback right now?
Jacoby Brissett.
Reliable.
Yeah, he is. Mac Jones 2.0.
It all depends how he walks out. Let's see
As
how
long
he
as his
walks.
middle name isn't McCorkle.
What's the Patriots? Patriots. Hashtag. His brother played for fucking. I hated his brother. Luke.
I love that man.
Lucas May.
Luke May hit that shot against Kentucky.
Yeah, the buzzer beater. Yeah.
I missed that shot too. I was watching the game. I still lived in Ohio, and it was like a week before I left. I was watching the game, packing up my house, and we had like a tornado warning. And during those like 30 seconds, it went to the local news affiliate. It was like, hey, just tornado warning, stay indoors, be careful. And then it went back to the game, and North Carolina was celebrating. Like, oh, cool, we won, I guess.
Yeah, I remember that game.
So here's my take. I don't think JJ is going to be a bust.
Bust?
Yeah, I don't think.
I just don't. I don't think there's enough for us to even like have a true opinion because he had the easiest job in college football. Like,
Yeah,
he had a great offensive line and they ran the ball. They played D, so we really don't know. So there has to be something that teams are seeing that, like, yeah, we didn't see a lot, but we see enough that we think that he can translate to the next level. There's got to be something. It just can't just be out of it's just not a thing that teams are just starting. It has to be something real. Like, they have to see something that this kid has, and I don't know enough to be like to go either way. So it's just something we're just gonna have to wait and see. But there has to be something. Because teams
yes,
just
he hasn't.
straight up to a guy that like this is kind of crazy. But who knows?
Yes, he hasn't done a lot, but when he was asked to do stuff, like he performed. He came up big in the Alabama game, the national semifinal.
And
and then
so he's had moments there for sure. So
but,
I don't like when people are crapping on him like, he doesn't deserve to be this. How do you know he doesn't deserve to be this? Are you a scout? We don't know. People don't know. Like, he could be great, and if he's not good, he's not good. But like to be like, people don't I don't get why he's. A lot of people don't like. They see something. There's something there. Obviously, there's something there. Maybe the amount of games he's played, the amount of big games, they were like, he can translate. Like, he knows how to run off. He's not going to make mistakes. Maybe that's it. They're like, oh, we trust that he's not going to make mistakes and all that. I don't know, who knows? So
One thing we didn't talk about: quarterbacks drafted 1, 2, 3 since 1967. 99 was Tim Couch, Donovan McNabb, and Achilles Smith.
I feel they had to have him recently.
2021, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, and then Trey Lance.
Oh my God, what a dumpster fire that draft is.
So Arizona didn't trade their pick. This
Two of
has
those
to
quarterbacks are not even on their teams now.
right.
They didn't even reach their second contract.
Exactly.
Crazy.
So Cardinals are taking Marvin Harrison Jr. Right?
I would guess there hasn't been a trade so far, so that's probably
the pick. The pick is in.
So yeah, all right, yeah, it's probably Marvin. It has to be Marvin Harrison, right? You can't pass up on Marvin Harrison Jr.
The only other thing I can think of is possibly maybe Joe Alt, but again, you're not gonna pass up. I don't see.
You have your quarterback, your potential franchise already. You got to give him a weapon to see. Yeah.
Yep. Marvin Harrison Jr. What a great story. This kid came from nothing. You know, he said, no.
True underdog story, right? True underdog.
Nobody ever heard of the name Marvin Harrison prior
Nobody
to
believed it. When he got up to campus at Ohio State, they said they had no clue who this kid was. And he just went to work, and they were like, man, this kid might be something in a few years. It's truly remarkable.
Kyler Murray is not grinning ear to ear. He's playing Call of Duty right now. Let's be honest.
Season 5 of Call of Duty. He definitely is, though.
I promise you, if you go over to Twitch, you're going to find him dropping into Rebirth Island right now.
What's their hashtag? Oh, not the St. Louis Cardinals. Arizona Cardinals. St. Louis Cardinals.
I like what Jonathan Gannon is doing in Arizona, though. I didn't think this first season was going to go the way it did. I think going into the season, a lot of people, myself included, assumed that the Cardinals were going to be the first overall pick this year, going for Caleb Williams. But he's really done.
They played hard this year. You got to give them credit for that. They played hard. Like they beat our teams didn't lose to them. We know what team did.
We do. It
Dallas
runs
Cowboys.
with Dallas Cowboys.
So they played hard. You got to give them credit. You know, with the quarterback situation, you know, then they traded him away, Dobbs and all that. It was crazy, but they played hard. So they got some talent. The tight end, I forgot his name. What's his name? He was like a late round pick, but he emerged and all that. So they got some weapons.
That's a tough one. Well, Marvin Harrison Jr. being all pro in 3 years. How many receiver spots are there on an all pro? Is there 2?
I think there's 2. And there's 2 all pro teams. So you got 4 spots each year.
Okay, so we're talking either first team or second team.
Yeah, and I guess
okay.
Yeah.
Then
all pro.
You're right. Even if he gets all pro second team, that's more all pro teams than I have. So
yeah, 3 years.
In 3 years, we're going to be talking about Justin Jefferson,
Jamar
possibly
Chase.
being the best receiver in the league. Jamar Chase, maybe AJ Brown, depending on how his body holds up. Yeah, I don't. I'm on St. Brown.
Amon St. Brown. All pros this year. Tyreek Hill, but he's another. He could have a surprise retirement that we don't know about. So Tyreek Hill, CD. Oh, so there's no. I lied. There's 3.
Oh,
Team. It was CD Lamb, St. Brown. Didn't St. Brown not to make the Pro Bowl too? That's crazy. So that didn't make the Pro Bowl. Not that the Pro Bowl matters, but Tyreek Hill, CD Lamb. So in 3 years, I can see 2 of these guys still being in that. Well, it all depends on the quarterback. If Goff is still. I mean, can he? Kyler. I mean, his quarterback situation's another. They got to figure out. Who was second team all? AJ Brown, Puka Nacua was an all pro. And Brandon Ayuk. They put 4 on the set. Am I looking at the right thing? Yeah, it's NFL.com. I guess they just pick and choose. So there was 7 all-pro wide receivers. So you know what? If that's how they do it. Then yeah, you could have.
I'll tell you who's an all-pro in my book. A guy Ken from the Competitive Hedge podcast up there in Canada. What's going on, Ken?
All pro is pretty generous. I would take like Pro Bowl replacement. Like
everybody's a Pro Bowl replacement.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm a pretty average guy. I don't know if you know that, but
You're a Pro Bowl replacement.
You're definitely all Canada.
Yeah, you would make the Canadian All Pro team.
I would make the CFL All-Star team. How about that?
There's more All-Star teams than I've made. So,
Oof, man, and it wouldn't take much to make that All-Star team. So those guys making 30-40 grand up here to play pro football.
Man, it's hard out there.
And what's my filler word again? Say it again. I
and all of that.
You pick it up and I don't.
And all of that.
And all that. Hey, there you go. And all that.
So what did we have? We went 3 QBs and Marvin Harrison?
Correct.
Yes.
Give
it's
us your top.
Chalk, right? It's been chalk.
It's the QB stuff over the last month reminded me a lot of like the Baker draft. Except this draft actually had like a clear-cut number 1. But remember that draft day, it was like Darnold's going to go 1. Like he's the guy that the Browns like. And then we got like an hour before and then suddenly it was Baker. I feel like that's kind of how the QB competition played out. Because it felt like May was going to go 2 for the longest time. And then just throughout the draft process, it changed.
Early on, it was Drake May. There was obviously the talks of possible number 1 overall.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Wasn't there like a shot like
you
can go number 1 depending on the team? Like there was like
I don't think anybody ever realistically thought that anybody would be dumb enough to take Drake May over Caleb Williams.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
So what do the Chargers do here?
I think they go Joe Alt.
Okay.
Tackle out of Notre Dame.
So they got rid of Mike Williams, right? And
Keenan Allen.
And Keenan Allen.
Keenan Allen to Chicago.
They go Malik Neighbors here?
If they do Malik Neighbors, then I think the Giants might trade back.
Yeah.
I think Neighbors is the Giants guy.
Because if they think that Quentin Johnson is going to be the guy, because honestly,
he's a guy.
He
He
definitely
happened to be
is,
a guy.
he is under contract. Yes, we can confirm that.
He did sign a contract on the dotted line.
Was he able to keep the pen in his hand long enough to sign that
Oh,
contract?
God.
He dropped it. He dropped it.
Ah,
Well, and you guys snagged Eckler too, didn't you? So like the whole offense is
It's going to be a completely different team. Yeah.
which is why I really thought the Chargers were going to trade back. I thought either the Vikings or the Broncos were going to possibly move up. I think they were obviously waiting to see
there. You go,
how the first three picks went out.
Joe Alt.
Yeah, Chargers say Joe Alt. I know what I'm talking about sometimes, a little bit here and there.
Like
Okay,
Spike-
so now Giants probably look at Neighbors. I would guess.
Neighbors.
Joe Wall. All right. I'm like 10 seconds behind, so I just got Joe Wall.
Apologies. I have it streaming on my phone, so I didn't know how the delay was for you guys.
I'm pretty much up with you, Chris, but I keep getting the notifications on my phone, and anytime my phone lights up, anytime any phone around me lights up, I instinctively just look.
It's like if you're streaming Red Zone on a Sunday, and then you suddenly get the alert on your phone, and then you're like, "Oh, okay, big play coming, got it."
Oh, that happened to me watching the Nick game. I'm behind, and I saw the finals. I'm like, I didn't really want to know, but then I'm like, all right, they're gonna win.
Yep.
And I saw the play that happened. I was like, oh.
So if it wasn't Neighbors, what would be the other need for the Giants here? I mean, yeah, I was trying to be respectful to my NFC East.
Our tight end just ruined the marriage, so we need a tight end. You broke your girl's heart.
I just need my aces to three-peat, and if she's playing on a broken heart, then I just don't know.
Man. Our pass rusher we're good at.
Yeah.
We just got Burns, and we got wide receiver, quarterback. The right side of the line needs help.
But you wouldn't actually consider quarterback this year, right?
I wouldn't, but
well first round
not right here.
Joe Shane and Dayball with their jobs potentially be on the line, I can see, because I don't think they want to potentially get fired because of Daniel Jones. Like, that's not their guy.
But don't they get fired anyways? Because even if you do bring in a QB, there's nothing there for him.
But that can maybe, if you see signs, let's say it is JJ McCarthy, he shows signs, you might buy you another year. Where Daniel Jones is going to get you're done this year. Done.
Anything short of an all-pro year from Daniel Jones is
year 5.
You're done.
I mean, we know that it's a bad contract. I'm just thinking maybe he can be serviceable if you get a piece or two around him to make the offense make some sort of stride this year. It'd be tough to be worse because you had Tommy Rigatoni in half the year, and then like whoever else that started. Did you start Tyrod one game?
Yeah, he got hurt.
Yeah. So
and then came back and smacked the hell out of the Commanders.
Yeah.
Giants pick is in. I would think a decision that quickly, they were just waiting on Neighbors, and then now he's going. But as
we'll go ahead and let the pick happen. Let Chris react.
Don't say the name. Don't say.
Yeah, I gotcha. Also, I read 150,000 people in Detroit tonight.
Oh, I said 10,000.
It was one of those like couple 100,000 follower guys, so I would assume that it was legit, but who knows?
Speaking of which, for those of you watching on Ken's stream, we greatly appreciate you sticking around. If you would be so kind, go over to Off the Ball Network, go give us a follow. Off the Ball Pod is present over to my left, myself at FNC Pod.
Oh man,
give us a follow before the Giants pick JJ McCarthy with the 6th pick.
So is this the McCarthy? Is McCarthy the green room guy?
I think so.
Like has it all been smoke, and he's just gonna slip to late first where we probably thought he should go.
He's not even at the draft, so like,
yeah.
Oh, he's not? Okay.
He was in some sort of suite by the look of it, but
He's at home in Michigan.
he's in John Harbaugh's suite.
Well, the last LSU wide receiver we took in the first round had some success. So
I think JJ McCarthy's watching it at watching the draft at Ohio State Stadium.
oh, because he owns it, right?
He owns that place, yeah.
He's a residency there.
Him and Blake Corum are chilling there.
They are renaming it after him.
Remember? Malik Neighbors. All right, that's the part.
There you go. Like, when does the draft actually start to have craziness? Because this is like the mock that I read today. This is the exact top.
This
six.
is chalk. I haven't seen chalk like this in a long time.
So Titans up next. Walker's squad. They kind of re-up their offense a bit this offseason.
Did they take Odunze?
Because they brought in Pollard, and then they brought in Ridley was their other weapon. So they'll run Spears and Pollard, and then you'll have D-Hop. Him and Treylon Burks will be the receiving core, which isn't terrible.
Yeah, but D-Hop, obviously, he's on the back end. He didn't play. He's obviously not the Houston D-Hop. So we're thinking maybe either Odunze out of Washington, maybe the dude from Penn State, Shanu.
So you think they go additional weapon?
Tackle.
I mean, the defense is horrendous.
Yeah, but is there somebody that you like at 7?
Which is why it could be a trade back.
They say this is not a defensive I heard somebody said that there's not there might not be a defensive player drafted in the top 10.
But if you're Tennessee and you know that that's your need, let's say there is a team that's interested in QB or receiver, why wouldn't you trade back?
I think this is a trade back spot. I can see this being a trade back spot.
Because I don't see anybody at 7 that is worth that. But maybe what is their position or need defensively? Do they need defensive end or corner? Because you can always get Dallas Turner.
I think they need pretty much everything on the defensive side.
So you're looking at somebody like Dallas Turner out of Alabama.
Was it them that added Snead?
Yes.
Ladarius? Oh, they traded for Ladarius Snead, right?
So they'll be okay at corner.
They have one side.
You go edge or backer, maybe?
I would go edge.
Yeah.
Just because you have CJ Stroud in your division, Anthony Richardson, if he's healthy, and then somebody else who, according to...
And then Max Jones in Jacksonville.
QB1, baby. QB1.
That's not fair. Thad's not on here to defend himself.
I have the perfect picture when the Jacksonville Jaguars pick. This picture.
I'm shocked that you have something geared up for the Jaguars pick.
Can you saw the
London Jaguars?
You know what? The Jaguars probably aren't even good enough for London. They would be like Liverpool Jaguars.
They're not a big enough.
They don't actually get to go to one of the big nations in the United Kingdom. They go to Wales, and they're just the Cardiff Jaguars. No, I like that pick for the Giants, though. It's a need. Hopefully he's as good as advertised, and Daniel Jones can throw up some bad passes that he can go and get. Who's your running back right now? That wasn't a shot, to clarify. I legitimately didn't know who replaced Saquon.
He meant it so sincerely, which is a shot in and of itself.
Because he was your offense for the last number of years, and I have no idea who the backup is.
Devin Singletary is our running back. RB1, baby.
Who's your RB2?
Devin
Tony.
Singletary.
Tony.
They're going to give Devin Singletary
Devin
25
Singletary,
carries
Devin
with 10
Singletary,
passes.
and then Tony DeVito. Danny
Have
DeVito.
we ruled out that Devin Singletary isn't going to be the most valuable player in fantasy this year? He'll get 20 carries for 40 yards, and then he'll get like 8
He's gonna get
catches
2
for
touchdowns.
18 yards. But catches in PPR, like that's going to be the difference maker. So he's good for at least 12 a week.
Definitely a flex spot. The pick is in for the Titans. Again, fellas, make your picks. I'm going Dallas Turner.
Who's the best on the board right now? I mean, I'm gonna see. I got the board.
Let me pull it up. Well, it depends on who you ask.
Also, it's crazy that Chicago is the 9th pick too.
Dallas Turner is the top available player on ESPN.com on Kuiper's board.
Yeah, what does Kuiper know about the draft?
What does Mel Kiper know about the draft?
Who the hell is Mel Kiper anyway?
My neighbor, who happens to be a postman, he dissed all postmen who were like, "What do we do?"
Is there anything that rules out? Oh no, wait! I just thought of Tennessee's tight end. They've got that Okongwu or whatever his name is.
Yeka? He happens to
No.
also play center for the Hawks.
No, it is very close to that, and that's
something
really,
like that. I
it's really bad that I said Okongwu, but you know what? I'll be canceled if someone's gonna get canceled. I'll
on the
take it.
crappy Atlanta Hawks. You guys got me. The draft got me not watching my Knickerbockers. Right
Okay,
now.
actually, it's not that off. It was Okonkwo.
Oh, because you're woke.
Better than I would have done.
It's pretty much the same.
This kid's woke. You're woke.
Oh,
Sheep.
Okay.
I think that hurt my soul to hear that.
Oh, I forgot. I left my ham.
Because Okonkwo actually wasn't bad at the tight end spot for them, but they also struggled because they had injuries. So I don't know how much he'll be a part of long-term plans for them. Plus, in the NFL right now, there's really only like 6 or 8 tight ends that you take seriously receiving wise.
But don't you notice with tight ends that
All the good teams have good ones.
Laporta was a first-round pick
Yeah.
or second?
Well,
There's
honestly,
not a lot
if
of
you look at all the
first-round tight ends.
if you look at all the teams that were left in the playoffs, they all had elite tight end play.
But not a lot of them were like first. That's what I'm saying. They
Yeah.
weren't first-round picks.
Yeah, it's not like a because who was the other one? Hawkinson we thought might have been. Was he a first rounder?
Yeah. He was
Yeah.
like top 10, right? By Detroit.
Which actually he wasn't great in Detroit. He wasn't bad, but then he went to the Vikings and he was really good. And then
They're spinning around like crazy over that.
who am I thinking? Oh, it's just because of Kyle Pitts probably.
Wait,
That
who's the Vikings quarterback? Who's technically their QB1 right now?
Sam Darnold.
Darnold?
Samuel?
Yeah.
Samuel.
Where does Minnesota pick? Is the
I
thing.
think
Where are they at?
12, 11.
They honestly might not be that worried about moving up because Atlanta's got theirs. Chicago just drafted theirs.
But who do you have to worry about taking a quarterback right now? So obviously the
Not
Titans.
the next 3.
So there's no chance the Titans think about quarterback, or they're
Levis.
all in on Levis. Okay, so that's
Levis threw like 5 good 40-yard bombs, and they thought that he might be the guy. So now we have to wait and see another year.
yeah.
Now they're going to give him a super max.
They
He's gonna
drafted
get one
Ryan
year.
Tannehill's illegitimate son to play quarterback.
Didn't he disown him?
Probably.
Because he's like, I'm not. Pick. I have to get my ham out.
Latham from Bama. Sorry, Chris.
But they took a defensive play. There's a defensive player that went top 10. A defensive tackle at this high.
So the Jets are at 10 as well. So they're not going to because they got to wait for our future vice president to ride out his career. Well, is he going to be your vice president or is he going to be your chief medical officer? I'm not sure which one.
Oh, The Rock.
Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, Aaron. Oh, God. He's vice president.
That'd
No.
be the Surgeon General.
Oh no, he didn't get the job.
Nah,
Special
he didn't.
advisor to the Joe Rogan experience.
That's how much of a joke this country's been that Aaron Rodgers could have been running for the vice president. We don't take nothing serious anymore in the United States.
Aaron's like, look, I thought I took football seriously. I spent 4 minutes on the field for the New York Jets and decided politics was where I wanted to go.
Because he came up with the American flag, he's apparently worthy of being a vice president. What's the Titans?
Yeah, I mean, defensive player is what they needed.
Yeah, but unless you think a DT is going to beat Aaron Donald,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it's a reach.
Also, so Minnesota is at 11, so they probably aren't worried about trading up at this point. Or are you worried? Are you worried if you're the Jets that Rodgers, this is his last year?
Yeah, they're worried. You know, they are stranglehold. This man has them strangled.
I know, but
Strangled.
Aaron Rodgers has been in his final year for the last 6 years.
yeah, but last year he, was
He forced them to have not Sam Darnold, Zach Wilson's the backup.
Well,
like
that's
that's
traded
how
too.
he had. He told them to get two washed wide receivers that are garbage, a right guard who couldn't block. And they're like, yeah, we'll give Lazard $30 million, $44 million.
I love how he complained that the Packers didn't get him any help. And then when he went to the Jets, he was like, hey, give me everybody I had in Green Bay.
I think he just thought, I'm going to throw it to Garrett Wilson 190 times this year, and then I'm just going to get my guys paid in the meantime.
So Garrett Wilson says, I want out.
Yeah.
I can't take this.
So we have Atlanta on the clock, Chicago, and the Jets. Do we see? I guess yes. You can, if you want to sit back at 11. If you're Minnesota, you can. However, I think you still have to worry about if Denver or Vegas could possibly trade up to go get their.
Well, but Denver. Who is Denver's quarterback?
Isn't it Zach Wilson?
Exactly.
Well, they traded, but he's not starting though, right?
It's like him
Right now he is.
Yeah, I mean, right now.
Statham.
Jason
Statham. No, not Jason Statham. Sorry.
Jared Stidham.
Jason Statham and Liam Neeson.
I mean, honestly, the quarterbacks that you just laid out, why hasn't Jason Statham been called?
I'd rather start Jason Statham than Jared Stidham.
I'd rather start Jason Bourne personally, but
they still think there's something with Jason. Jared Stidham is crazy that they're like, all right, there's something. He's like 28 already, and they're like, all right, give it up.
How much longer are we gonna just let teams start Jared Stidham? Like, you know what? Honestly, I think it was the first 4 situations weren't right for him, and once he comes home to his 5th, then he's gonna break out.
Like, all right, let it go. He's not going to miraculously stop.
28's the new 21. That's what I'm hearing.
Crazy. Oh, the
Anybody called Liam Neeson and asked him exactly what those particular set of skills are? It's throwing the football, one of them.
There he is.
All right, Jeff. All right, guy, Jeff.
So Falcons are up. They're good at weapons, probably defense.
Jeff, who's the better quarterback prospect, Jason Statham or Liam Neeson? You had to pick one of your quarterback.
We're actually going.
Liam Neeson, he's big.
Throw in Jared Stidham as well.
He's rangy.
Or Jared Stidham.
Yeah. You got to start one, cut one, sit one.
Cut bench trade.
Somebody write down this timestamp.
I'm going with Jason Statham. He's just crafty. He's a gamer.
Hey, I think so.
And he
was
will
a crank.
literally kill you on the field.
He's a little undersized, but we don't care about size. We don't care. Here's what we don't care about with quarterbacks anymore. We don't care if you can throw, if you're big.
Whoa. Okay.
We don't care. We don't care. As
Take
long
it
as your
in.
hair's kind of cool.
I'll
Like,
wait for you
the-
guys to
what-
catch up on that one.
Like,
I'm
oh shit!
What?
I love it.
Oh,
We just
I-
talked about the fact that QB for Minnesota would probably still be there at 11, and then that happened. Wow.
That's fantastic.
on.
What a pick!
all
What
right.
a pick!
So the draft has officially started.
it
Yeah.
started.
Why?
You don't have faith that Kirk can hold up for multiple years, probably?
Why?
Why did
Well,
you
then
pay
why
him?
go get him? And
Why did you pay him? Yeah.
Like I would
like
think you
it.
would at least give Kirk 1 year.
Kirk's contract isn't that big. Like you have to pay somebody that anyway. I mean, I guess I don't know why you go get
With
Kirk
his
and do
2 or
that. I don't
3
know.
years.
It's really only like 2. It's one of those to where like they can.
But he
get
wanted
out of it
all the
pretty easy
guaranteed,
after
how
they
he's
do
always
it.
done it.
Is it a
Well,
Daniel
they-
Jones
yeah, it's-
contract?
Yeah.
Is it a Daniel Jones contract essentially?
Yeah, it's a little like that.
Just not as long, or he's actually good at quarterback.
So
I
I
mean,
was setting up. I missed a pick. Who was the pick before this?
The Titan.
JC Latham.
Latham went to the Titans. Okay, I missed that
Yeah.
one. I was trying to get
He-
shit set
yeah.
up.
This goes into.
Luckily, the Cavs game was over early, so I got some extra time.
So this is
Chris,
what
how are you
Jeff
watching the
always
Knicks
talks
and doing
about.
this? Are you okay?
I'm a psycho right now, Jeff. Psycho mode.
Here's what's
I guess
here's what's
they
funny.
are
Real quick
drafting
NBA
Penix
take.
to be a backup, right?
You know, that's great, but this is a little high to draft. It's a
lot
great
high.
pick for the Falcons. But here's the thing. I got to stand by what I say. It's a great pick. If you think you want this guy on your team and you think he can help, don't worry about where you draft him. Just pick him. Don't, because everybody gets tied up in the money. Here is the thing about the NFL. The money is irrelevant because it goes up because they print money. It goes up every year. Everybody worries about like, oh, if you pay in 2 years, this contract means not. Patrick Mahomes' contract is already seems normal after what, 2 years? Like, so if this is your guy and you think he can help, just take him. And it's fine.
So back to the Broncos, because I was having a lot of fun really roasting their quarterback room.
Oh, let's do
Um,
that.
It's actually the worst trio possibly of all time in a quarterback room because you have Zach Wilson, you have Jarrett Stidham, and you have Ben DiNucci as the 3 quarterbacks right now in Denver.
Jeez.
That-
Yeah, but they're getting Bo Nix.
But Jeff, what I've been told is that Jarrett Stidham in those first 4 spots, he didn't prove himself, but this 5th spot with Cortland Sutton and Javonte Williams, he's gonna break through.
Bro,
and
here's the
he's
thing,
gonna cause
man.
havoc.
Them white boys can hang around forever. Bro, the McNowns, all those dudes, they hang like they're stamped. Like Baker Mayfield's got a job for the next 10 years, no matter what he does. Like if you get over the hump and can hang around, like Drake May, he's good. Drake May got 15-year career, no matter what he does,
Yeah.
because he looks the part.
I think what you meant to say was he was born with the parts that they
Yeah,
like.
you ain't lying. Okay, so can I get my hot take? I haven't had a chance to say all year. I want this to be on record of how this all went down with this Harbaugh McCarthy bullshit. So, they do this. McCarthy doesn't have to do dick in college as far as an NFL quarterback wise. Everybody sweats Harbaugh. He gets to the NFL. He pushes. Boost McCarthy's draft pick. McCarthy's going to be a complete failure as an NFL quarterback, but he's going to get all the credit for being sharp and smart. In 6 to 7 years, JJ McCarthy will be in a coaching box, and they will be talking about him as like he's one of the next great offensive coordinators life. And he gets in the system you can't ever get out. Just like who was the cat that just did that? The Buffalo Bills, Ken Dorsey. He's a Ken Dorsey. He's like Harbaugh forced it. Like this is all just a plan. You're never getting rid of McCarthy. He's he's going to get a coaching job he don't deserve. He's going to get like it's set in stone. Like everybody fell for this shit. It ain't. This is what it is. It ain't happening.
The Bears now have the best wide receiver.
Damn.
Woo.
That's
Nice.
a scary offense if it's
All because the Carolina Panthers suck, by the way.
Yeah.
All because the Carolina Panthers suck.
Caleb Williams gets to walk in day one with a trio of Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, and this guy. Like
The best wide receiving core the Bears have ever had, and it's not close.
And they're getting a new stadium soon. Oh man,
Caleb Williams might be their best quarterback ever, and he hasn't taken a snap yet. But I think that's
Yes.
saying more so about the Bears.
No.
than anything else.
You're right. As of right now, Justin Fields is their second best ever. It's fucking crazy.
Oh, come on, Jeff. That's so disrespectful to Rex Grossman.
Sexy
Yeah,
Rex.
that's right. And then who took him to the Super Bowl? That was
I think it was
Orton.
Rex.
Rexy.
Yep.
Oh, that was okay. I thought it was Orton. It's the same dude. If anybody on earth can, if I put up a still shot of Rex Grossman and Kyle Orton, ain't nobody in this room can tell the difference.
The only year that Peyton Manning breaks through in his prime and he gets to face Rex Grossman in the Super Bowl. Congratulations.
They were pouring that day.
And they still almost
Yeah,
blew it
and
by
a-
letting
and a-
Devin Hester take the opening kickoff for a touchdown.
And a scared ass Cam Newton.
Okay, so now Minnesota at
Romo
10?
going to the Bears.
Oh, this is McCarthy. All
Did
like this is
Minnesota
100%
move up a
McCarthy.
spot?
No.
I thought
Oh,
that
yeah.
the Jets were at 10, weren't they?
They're 11.
No, the Jets.
Mine's showing that Minnesota's on the clock.
You got
Oh, maybe they traded.
you guys
Yeah.
prefer to,
Oh, yeah,
you
it
guys
was
prefer to
trade.
watch ESPN or NFL Network. They're all a bunch of turds.
NFL now.
I have it on silent, so I just
You're right. I'm
Did-
going back
did
to watching
actually- did
basketball
you
games at
guys
halftime,
have
minute, Chris.
yeah.
The Cavs and Magic the other day for the first 2 or 3 minutes of the broadcast had no announcers, and it was eerie. It was eerie, and
But
it was just wrong.
They don't care about that series at all because it gets no rating.
It was,
They're like,
it was,
that
it was
is-
crazy to
Hey, real quick, the Magic showed up. This is the Magic team we saw all year. Like I'm like, okay,
Well, they were one of the best home teams in the league this year. It's just can that young talent win a road playoff game?
yeah, young
Yes.
teams don't win on the
With
road.
Yeah, now,
essentially
Cavs
no
are-
bets.
Cavs are cooked. Cavs are cooked. Mitchell is probably ordering his blue and orange tennis shoes as we speak.
So if they moved up, they got to be moving up for QB, right?
Most likely.
Which means
Yeah.
JJ.
JJ McCarthy.
Yeah.
Oh God. Justin
I mean, at
Jefferson
this point, we could see
defended
Bo
the
Nix too.
No, this dude the other day on one of the shows has the audacity to say they talk about McCarthy, and he's there for some again. It's the whole Harbaugh thing. Like nobody wants to upset Harbaugh because they want him to give him the quotes because he says all that weird shit. So all the reporters and everybody are just kissing his ass left and right because they're like, this dude is going to give us a lot of shit to talk about all year, but don't make him mad because we want the weird shit. So they're just boosting up McCarthy and they're just going on and on about what a great play action quarterback he is. What fucking NFL are they watching that a team is going to win the Super Bowl based on play action? Patrick Mahomes' play action is will he throw it left, right, or center? That's his play. Like, what are we doing?
So the
If you're
Vikings.
drafting a play action quarterback in the first round, you're losing. You're literally going to lose.
They traded the number
Anyway.
11 overall, 4th and a 5th to move up to 10. Interesting.
They must have got some type of
That's definitely a
Intel.
QB haul to move up.
they must have got intel that they thought a team may be trading like the Raiders potentially were trading
Raiders
out.
or Broncos.
I think after seeing the Falcons just take
Yeah.
Penix at 10, they might have panicked a little bit. They're
And here's the
thinking
thing, I
either
selfishly-
JJ or Bo Nix.
I just like Michael Penix Jr., so I'm just glad that happened to him. I don't necessarily know that that's a great pick. I think here's the thing, because there's so many decent quarterbacks in this draft, it's also going to be one of the worst quarterback drafts ever because guess what? We ain't going to have 6 of these dudes make the playoffs over the next 5 years. At least 4 of them are going to be complete failures. Like at least the Kenny Pickett draft, he's the only failure. And everybody's like, nah, one quarterback was a failure.
Pickett?
Philadelphia.
Philly? Yeah.
But I mean, it's like them is like, okay, we screwed up. This, at least 4 of these guys are going to be considered bust. At least. That's if it goes good. 4 of them are going to be bust.
The NFC North is going to be an absolute gauntlet, too. Detroit's really good. We know that Chicago just added a ton. And then you have Jordan Love, like, with that young core.
Yeah.
If you're the Vikings, like you're going to have the worst QB in the division for a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good way.
You have the best weapon, but you have the worst
Jordan Love's
quarterback.
here. Like Jordan Love's here to stay. Like he's legit.
Yeah.
I don't see Williams in Chicago working out. It just don't feel right. Nothing about that feels right.
Is it because of Chicago?
Ken,
Yeah, no, seriously. Like I said this about CJ Stroud going to the Texans. The greatest thing that could ever happen to anybody on the planet. Williams don't want to play in Chicago.
Where they're expecting you to go in and beat Green Bay right away.
If Caleb had his choice, if Caleb had his choice, where do you think he would want to go? Washington?
No, I think Dome.
Or New York?
I think he wants.
New York?
Ooh, I think he would have liked New York.
He likes
just because of like
what it brings.
Yeah.
Off the field, I could see it, but the Dome team is obviously preferable.
I just
Falcons,
and there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of guys are fair weather quarterbacks. There's nothing wrong with it. You got to have them because you also can't have a big, Roethlisberger would have sucked with New Orleans. It would have never made sense. Like sometimes shit's just got to fit.
Yeah.
That guy that they just showed in the front row that's a Vikings fan is exactly how I picture every Vikings fan looking.
Let me tell you something about NFL fans that are weird. They cheer. Like I saw Detroit at the beginning of this. They're cheering those ex-players and going crazy. All them guys lost. The Detroit Lions fans are like, man, let a college football fan, let them throw a dude up there that lost 1 game. And they're like, you suck. We never want to see you again. I don't know why you're on the stage. NFL fans, man, they're so nice. Like in theory, Calvin Johnson ought to be considered a complete failure in Detroit. And they love him. Just love him. Didn't win dick. Jared Goff, I can see why they like him. Hold the pick is in. At least McCarthy's at home.
What the hell do you do if you're Vegas and Denver now?
Ask the XFL or the UFL if they have a spot open.
Get Danny DeVito.
You'd have to trade back.
You
If you're dead set on a quarterback, if you think, hey, we got to come out of this draft with one of these quarterbacks, you either trade back or again you panic, which is I think what the Vikings are doing here. I think you panic and you take either JJ McCarthy or Bo Nix, whoever doesn't get drafted in this spot.
Yeah.
Justin Jefferson's going to ask for $35 million a year to stay in Minnesota.
I think the Vikings
JJ's gone.
Like AJ Brown just got $32 million a year for a team that barely likes him.
Hey, they're gonna get Justin Jefferson, a quarterback that don't throw the football. He gonna love that. He gonna love what
Kirk Cousins' 180 targets a year was great, but now he's gonna get 85.
Yeah, Justin Jefferson going to be crack blocking right.
Unless Justin Jefferson goes the Cordell Patterson route and just says, fuck it, I'm just going to be a running back at this point.
Look at Roger Goodell being a good guy, bringing this family on stage. We don't talk enough about how great of a person he is.
His boos have gone down.
Yeah, there he is. Zach Wilson's younger brother going to Minnesota.
Is it?
You say Zach Wilson. Man, he wishes he was Zach Wilson.
No, he's just Zach Wilson
Wow.
with more hair.
Yeah. He looks like the youngest brother of a Backstreet Boy.
He does.
He was definitely in a Stanford frat.
Excuse me.
Oh, the Vikings fans don't even know how to cheer. They're just like, I guess this is someone that plays.
And
quarterback."
why don't you like the Minnesota Vikings?
No reason. I love Minnesota. It's a great place. Now, let me tell you about the Timberwolves. They've been getting screwed by the refs all playoffs long, and I want it to be known that I've been on
That's
that
the
train
can I
for the
love.
entire season.
There's obviously undertones to that comment.
No, I mean they're up 2-0, but they've been getting screwed. Let me tell you. Okay, well, JJ McCarthy and Justin Jefferson. I can only think of the cringy nicknames that we're going to get this offseason just for JJ to be terrible in his rookie year.
He's gonna be terrible every year.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: if you listen to the non like media guys, if you listen to just like the ex players and shit, every one of them not one of them to a T says anything good about McCarthy. They're like, I don't know what people are talking like he doesn't do it. Like he doesn't do anything.
Is that not the
Yeah,
worst?
that's a
possible
perfect. Whoever said that, that's a perfect comparison.
That's the worst possible spot for him to get drafted. Because
Yeah, with a receiver that's going to
you have
pissed off in
expectations that you're supposed
15
to throw
minutes.
the ball. You have to go up against the Bears with Williams.
Hey, you think being a quarterback that can't throw the ball very well is going to hinder him? I think that's going to be a hindrance.
Oof. In that division, when Detroit's putting up 35 and Jordan Love's putting up 31 and JJ's putting up 10.
Yeah. But they're gonna buy them ball fakes. Yeah, when you're down 21, guess what? You don't need the play action, you
You think the
dipshits.
Jets take Brock here?
Clip that.
God.
Dude.
Brock Bowers?
Oh, why not? Why
For the
wouldn't you?
Jets. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you? Big sexy tight end in New York. He gonna be.
Is he vaxxed though?
He better be a lot of. If he gonna be a big ass tight end in New York looking like that, he better have a lot of inoculations.
I'm just saying, if he's vaxxed, like Aaron may not want to target him.
Oh
all.
shit, man! Aaron Rodgers is. I forgot they don't have a quarterback.
Hey, don't talk about your vice president like that.
I forgot
That's
they
out of
got
line.
they got a limping ass Aaron Rodgers out there. I forgot all.
Aaron
about that.
plays for a team that is made a vaccine, so in Johnson & Johnson. So, holy hypocrite!
I can't wait for him to drop a pass in week 4 and then have Aaron go on Joe Rogan and toss shade.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, like Woody Johnson is super excited. Like, oh man, we can draft somebody athletic and white. This is fantastic. Go get them, boys. Go get them. Cooper DeJean, it might be the Jets
Go get
pick.
him, boys.
Oh, you know what he calling them boys. He got a lot of. Yeah, Woody Johnson got a lot of boys in the vocabulary. Wait, I can't. I want to hear 8 minutes of them trying to explain to people who have eyeballs why JJ McCarthy's an NFL quarterback.
Mel Kiper will tell you all the intangibles.
Oh yeah, just a lot of moxie.
Mel's still a Daniel Jones believer. So
Yeah, but at least Jones, I don't know, has talent.
does he?
Well, I'm starting to wonder, Chris.
All right. Well, here come the Jets. Maybe they'll draft a wide receiver and bring down the average age of that room to 33.
They'll take a blocking tight end over.
Ooh, offensive tackle.
Took a tackle. Oh, they do need a tackle.
I mean, it's a good pick. It's honestly a good pick. It really
Can
is.
he protect Aaron from a torn Achilles?
I hope he can protect him from common sense.
Nah, well, nobody can protect him.
Exactly. What a douche.
Jets fans, they're so delusional they don't even know what they're like. All right, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Play.
Aaron just sent him an email with 2 attachments: the playbook and his manifesto.
Oh my God. Local quarterback goes on a spree.
Cruz doesn't even know where to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Local quarterback.
What a man.
Aaron.
What a collection of dipshits up there. I think the Jets are they the most easily unlikable team? I mean, honestly, unlikable team in the league right now. Between owner, quarterback,
They're pretty unlikely.
fans.
They're fans of dipshits.
Yeah, they really are.
I know. I deal with them all the time. They're dipshits, most of them.
And now we have to watch Denver and Vegas. Figure out what the hell can they do.
All right, another white devil, but she bringing it. I
Who's the
see.
starting quarterback for the Raiders right now? Is that O'Connell kid?
Yeah.
Right? Oh God,
That's who's left, right? Oh no, what happened to where'd that dude go? Where'd the shampoo model go? Is he still there?
No, he got traded, right? Or cut.
Oh
He
yeah.
got cut. Didn't he take steroids? Didn't he get PED suspension?
Cruz, there's something wrong with your mic. You keep trying to talk. We can't hear you.
Yeah, we haven't heard you
was
in a
on mute.
while. Oh, there you are.
Yeah,
Cruz, I
it's,
missed you, man. I haven't seen Cruz in a while.
it's
Yeah, I've
O'Connell
been-
and
What's
Minshew.
up, buddy?
He's hyped about
You know-
his new quarterback.
I am hyped about my new quarterback.
Are you guys concerned at all that everybody in Bo Nix's house is white? Does that concern you at all?
Very
Is this
much.
something-
It does for
is-
me. I'm just saying.
Should he have like a tan friend
Like-
at least there?
Like I get the token thing, but like
It's just for optics.
for a reason.
yeah,
Gotta have
yeah.
at least one, two to be safe.
I mean, I mean,
Gotta have two, so that way you don't know which one the token is.
yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Mix it up a little bit.
And if Mo doesn't hop on this show and stop sharing pics a minute or two before they get shown, then I'm going to lose my mind. Goddamn hairdresser on draft night. Get in here.
Is that what he's doing?
Yeah, he said he was getting his hair did.
What's Philadelphia score? Anybody know?
What's Philadelphia's what?
Philadelphia score.
I don't know. I was seeing clips that Embiid should have been ejected.
Oh, did you see what he did to Mitchell?
Yeah,
Click them in the
pretty
ding
dirty.
ding.
Oh, Golden State needs to sign him.
Oh boy. Don't you guys think Curry should go somewhere and just be a hired gun for a year
No.
to a good team? Imagine if he went to a complete team, like a good, like we'll say Orlando, for instance, who's got everything except some shoot, and you're just like, dude, just shoot as much as you want to shoot. You don't do anything else, just shoot. Wouldn't that be fun for a year rather than whatever?
I almost don't want him to go anywhere because I think the idea of him being a lifetime warrior with everything that he accomplished.
Okay.
He's still a lifetime warrior. That's set in stone.
But I
That's
mean,
done.
to me, he doesn't have anything else to prove.
No, I don't want him proving anything. I just want him turned loose and just shoot. I want him in the playoffs. Let's put it that way. Him being a
that's
lifetime warrior and not being in the playoffs sucks.
They're going
He's
to
a
try and
good
revamp it, but it's not going to work when
No, he's a really good player still, and he's not in the
Yeah.
playoffs, and it upsets me.
it's unfortunate that Clay had the back-to-back injuries because they maybe could have rode it out a little bit
Right.
longer had he not had that happen. But
100%.
You know who shouldn't have left the Golden State Warriors? Kevin Durant.
Anybody that was there,
yeah,
Kevin Durant
everyone that went to go prove themselves and then didn't win
has
anything.
anybody is anybody won championships but wasted a career more than Kevin Durant? Mistake after mistake after mistake.
Kevin
And now we
Durant.
look at him. He's like
You look at
35. He
social
ought
media.
to have 8 championships.
Kevin Durant
It's just-
worried about Twitter.
Yep.
Twitter was saying about him. That's what happens when you don't have kids. You go on Twitter too much.
There's something to that, Chris. Kevin Durant, needs more kids. You heard it here first, folks.
If he had kids, he would have still in Golden State.
The Broncos
Who's
are
the Broncos?
fire right now.
This is Knicks. This is set in stone. I'm just
I can't
trying
believe
to
we've
figure out
only had one trade so far, and it's for one spot up.
I can't wait till that Jaguars pick. We look forward to that pick.
So who's drafting Bo Callahan, and why wasn't it Vontae Mack?
why weren't we at his birthday party?
It was always Vontae.
The best part of that movie is the fact that he
Vontae
traded
Mack.
3 first-round picks
To
and
trade.
then bullied the GM into getting.
Bullied that poor child.
He looked outside. He made him look outside and see the fans yelling at him.
Here's what pisses me off about that movie, okay? So
Way to get his picks back.
what pisses me off about that movie is the initial offer was 2 firsts and a second. Essentially, you're only trading 1 first-round pick because you're
Yeah.
swapping that season,
We're swapping
giving
and
them the next season, and the season after that is a second-round pick. If Bo Callahan was really supposed to be that dude at that point in the movie, like, first of all, nobody's
Wisconsin quarterbacks, you're not taking in the first pick anyway. Come on, let's be
you're
real.
right. You're right. But nobody's
I don't
finding
know.
out.
JJ McCarthy just went in the first round, so I think we can dispute how bad you can be at quarterback and still go early.
Also, the least believable part of that movie was that we thought that Jennifer Garner would be capable of working in an NFL front office as a capologist.
Yeah, or how creepy her relationship is with her, maybe possibly stepdad or / real dad in that movie. When that movie starts, we all thought that was her dad.
Is
Everyone,
that really unheard of in the NFL, Jeff? Probably not.
no, not at all. That's actually the most realistic
That's
part
probably realistic.
of him getting his way too young.
You had to.
What's this movie missing? Lil incest. That's all.
Yeah,
That's all we're missing. That's
Wait,
gold.
so
at least 3 of Jerry Jones' kids are related to both him and
remember when Jerry Jones made the wrong turn and he just happened to be
bro.
at a white power
Remember
rally?
when he heard a bunch of people cheering and he went to see?
I just happened to be. Hey, so I just happened to make a left turn and I just happened to see a bunch of white people and I was just like, yeah, let's go.
It's funny because Jerry Jones is slipping so much. He's about 3 days away from just openly using the N-word again and won't be able to stop himself.
It's flattering that you think that he doesn't
He's
use
stopping
that
it
behind
this
closed
year.
doors.
No, openly.
Oh, that's what he
He's
said
stopping
openly.
it this year. He's like, I want.
It's just gonna come. He's gonna be like, I ain't paying that. Nothing.
Dak is gonna
want
throw a
one more
late
back.
game pick. Dak is gonna throw a late game pick, and the Fox Hammers are gonna point to Jerry Jones, and you're gonna see it.
Oh my God.
Yep.
He's gonna drop the hardest. He's gonna be the
Yeah.
hardest.
Yeah.
He's
gonna
be so hard.
to ever be dropped.
It's so funny because it's like we just because he owns a team or whatever. Like there is absolutely no doubt that Jerry Jones is racist as hell. Like no doubt about it.
Not even close.
Like,
does
here's the
Bo
thing.
Nix start
Here's the
being-
thing. There's a reason he likes to be called owner. That's all we'll say about Jerry Jones.
Do we think that Sean Payton's celebrating so hard, not even about that draft pick, but just that Russell Wilson's no longer in Denver?
Yes.
He's not the one paying Russell Wilson.
Hey, how about when they all congratulate each other? But you all probably knew what the pick was. Like, did nobody know what the pick was except one guy, and then they all celebrate? Feels like everybody should have been in on the email.
Yeah.
Like that we're taking I've been hearing Bo Nix to Denver for 3 months, and these motherfuckers are congratulating each other like they stole him.
Oh, he fell to us at
Isn't he
12.
like
What a gift.
25?
I can't believe we got a 25-year-old quarterback that
At 12.
was prone to throwing interceptions.
Lamar Jackson is younger than him.
This is the biggest quarterback class failure we're ever going to see to this date. Mark my words.
6
This is
QBs in the top 12.
this is awful.
This is what happens when you're desperate for a quarterback and
Yep.
you're like, oh crap, we have no,
Chris.
we didn't plan it out at all, and we weren't bad enough to get the top 5 picks, so like we have to take Bowden, who's really like a 2nd to 3rd round pick, but we gotta take him top 12. Like,
Because
This
if you
reminds
don't,
me-
then the Raiders are right behind you to draft them because
Is
they
there
are
any other
equally
quarterbacks?
terrible.
Who's the other quarterbacks that possibly could get? Like,
What I don't understand is like
There's
there's not
Rattler.
one there's not one quarterback that you saw play in the NFL that you
Yes,
might
I know.
want on your team. Not one. I don't
Mhm.
get this. This
so does
reminds me when the
Rattler get
NBA
drafted?
for like
Rattler might be a first round pick.
the NBA chased Jordan for a decade trying to draft the next Jordan. So they just kept drafting every 6'6" guard that came.
Oh yeah,
And they were
Deshaun
all
Stevenson,
terrible.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Deshaun Stevenson in 2003.
Yeah.
He was compared to Michael Jordan. Legit,
Harold Miner.
the Michael Jordan is his comparison.
Yep.
Well, there goes Brock Bowers' value.
Oh, that's a good pick.
All right.
It's a shame that Minshew Mania and Aiden O'Connell are the guys that are going to be.
Oh, they
trying to
got
help him
Gunner.
along.
Not Gunner. Gardner.
Yep.
That was
But I don't
QB1 in
understand.
Jacksonville, but they decided to go a different way.
2 years ago, we figured out how to draft quarterbacks. That's just out the door now because of
Wow.
CJ Stroud. They're all like, we got to draft somebody. I mean, he might be CJ.
Mahomes. Mahomes changed everyone. Everybody wants Mahomes. Like, oh, we got to draft something like we need him. So
Yeah. Well, Bo Nix ain't that.
no,
McCarthy's the opposite.
Do we think that?
listen, he made a good business move by going to Oregon from Auburn because he was trash in Auburn. So
He had no chance at coming out of Auburn.
because he made himself a lot of money. Even if it's just one contract he'll get, that's more than
Do we
Bo-
think that Minshew invites Bowers to live with him in his van down by the river?
100%.
Could be a lethal duo if they do that.
So
They're cooking out on a grill, but like a charcoal grill, like a small charcoal grill.
They just tailgate permanently outside of the Raiders stadium.
Spencer Rattler is going to Dallas at 24.
Oh,
Yo, look at
Mo
Homegirl.
likes
That
him.
looks-
So you know what's gonna happen? He's a bust.
Oh, so we're gonna win the Super Bowl then if he says that.
Look at
Oh,
Homegirl there on the
if
right
Mo-
who brought
Mo-
it.
if
She's
Mo
like, this is
doesn't
my
like the
night.
pick you guys make, it means he's gonna be a Pro Bowler because he did that with Parsons. So
Oh, I
You
remember that draft
yeah,
night.
I remind him
something you
about
just
it
said,
every show.
You remember? I forgot which draft it was. It was like 2 or 3 years ago. Homeboy gets drafted, and his girlfriend is like sitting on his lap, hugging him, and I'm assuming his mom comes and
His mom threw
yanks
her off.
of him.
yeah.
All-time draft moment.
That's something my mom would do.
That and then CeeDee Lamb snatching his phone back.
Oh yeah. I don't think
I
he's
think-
need-
right. He's not a homegirl anyway.
Do we need a 7-part documentary on what happens with these relationships post NFL draft?
Yes.
The Russell Wilson one with the girl that she had the weird smile. That's
Yeah.
hysterical.
I want the sequel to the quarterback that's just called The Side Piece. The life of an NFL side piece would be
Man, that's a good life.
absolutely
That's a
incredible.
Netflix. That's a Spike Lee joint.
Yeah.
But it airs after the marriages fail, so it's like 3 years down the line, and we just get to watch all the underhanded things that they did when they were on the road.
So I was able to we vacationed one time inadvertently with an NFL wife. And so we were chit-chatting like the whole he wasn't there because it was coming up on training camp or whatever, but her and her family was there. Well, you guys, he played for the Jets. Marcus, dang it. Real calm. I think it was like Marcus Johnson or something like that. I can't remember the name now. Anyway, played for like 10 years, safety. Anyway, his wife was there. And it was funny. She's like, yeah, I knew the deal. She's like, I've yanked him out of several hotel rooms over the years. Like she was being like real honest about like the lifestyle and shit. It was wild, man. They were cool shit though.
Money.
Mhm.
Hey, some things are worth the money.
The NFL probably isn't even like the biggest side piece sport of the major.
No,
And the
leagues.
thing is now though, like things are so much more open. I don't even know if people like you can choose just not to care. That's a decision. It ain't that big a deal.
I would think it would be baseball because you're in a city for like 3 days.
Yeah.
Or
Or with that, and you like, yeah, you got time there. You got the schedule. Like you can meet up. Oh,
Really,
yeah, for
unless
sure.
you're
Oh, because you
Mike
get
Trout,
there's a
Shohei
three-day,
Ohtani,
a
Aaron
three-game
Judge.
span. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're a middle reliever on the Cincinnati
Oh,
Reds,
you
like,
can
you're
you
cleaning
wreak havoc.
house. Cleaning
Wreak
house.
havoc.
Just tell your manager you guys.
Basketball is probably the one you get exposed the most because everybody knows who everyone is.
Yeah.
And a
There's
lot
only
of that
five
is even basketball though too, even if you don't know a player or whatever, just the size, like you like man,
6'9", dude. Yeah,
it's
you
a
probably
weird
don't-
6'6" guy coming here with a posse, like something ain't
Imagine
right.
the amount of white women that had no idea who Mike Trout was. It'd be
Yeah.
crazy. Biggest name in baseball, they'd have no idea. I
You're
hooked up
right.
with some guy named Mike last night. They'd have no clue.
I saw this
Like
guy named
Mike-
Nicola.
Mike
There was a
Salmon
guy
or
named
something like
Nicola.
that.
Mike Salmon, Mike Bass. I can't really remember, but
Yeah, it was something.
there was something fishy about it. I don't know.
Yeah, seemed like a nice guy. Seemed like a
Goldman.
nice guy though. He paid for dinner. It was really nice of him.
But that's
He
a good point.
he
Like
took me out to a
basketball,
nice 2-star place. Like he was a good guy.
basketball, like again, the size is crazy. Like nobody's looking at Jose Altuve in the street thinking that guy's a top tier athlete.
You see, yeah. This is some Serbian dude who's 7 foot. I don't know. We had a great time last night.
Yeah,
No, you didn't.
he was a little unathletic.
He
had his brothers-
Like a
He had his
decent guy.
brothers outside. It was just weird, but
There's nothing enjoyable about that.
his brothers were just. They started fighting people. And it was great, but I don't know who he is now. He's just some random dude I met who just happened to be 7 foot.
I asked him if he liked sports. He said he didn't even really like basketball.
I don't even like basketball. I like horses. I love my horses.
He invited me back to Serbia this summer.
He
so
was
we could
wearing his
fly.
horse, his 2024 horse championship ring. He said he had an NBA one, but he just threw it out.
Oh man.
Imagine being the best player in the NBA and you treat it like a part-time job.
Like Anthony Rendon for the Angels.
He,
Like, yeah, I don't take baseball seriously.
He got the
Remember a
flag.
couple of years ago when Anthony Edwards almost didn't get drafted where he did because he didn't love basketball, and then we
Oh,
watched him
yeah.
in the playoffs, and now it's like,
Now he's
okay, he's actually just really.
now
He's
now
actually just
bullying-
he's a
he's bullying Kevin
psychopath.
Durant. Yeah, he's bullying Kevin Durant.
This is the changing of the guard year in the NBA for sure.
Yes.
Oh yes,
And they-
I was going to bring it up.
They
later.
need
KD,
it. They need
KD,
it.
Steph, Braun.
It's-
It's
Yeah,
it's
it's
over.
awesome.
It's Jokic.
They need Anthony Edwards to get to the conference finals, to be honest.
Yep. It's Shea. It's Edwards. It's these guys are.
Yeah,
As
and
much
they're,
as
and
it
they're
may not be good for ratings right now, in the long term, it'll benefit.
We'll look back on
Agreed.
whoever's in the finals in 5-10 years and be like, man, we got a good finals because it'll probably be one of Jokic, Edwards, or Shea, and then
Yeah.
on the other side you're gonna have probably Tatum and Brown.
well, what I even like is it's like the next
Tatum.
level.
I
And
shouldn't say
the,
Brown. He
the
doesn't
next
have a weapon.
level young guys like was it Jaden McDaniel, and like those guys are even like stepping up. Like the next level young guys are stepping up. That's awesome to see. It's been great.
We're
lot of good-
honestly probably going to go into an off season where those guys like KD and that are just viewed as like complementary guys that you're adding. Because like
And they should be. If you build a team like that, that's awesome. That's
because like
smart.
because the rumor of KD going back to OKC, like that's Shea's team now. Like even if KD
Yeah.
walks through the door, like Shea's
If
averaging 30.
Kevin Durant wants to change his image, and
He would.
that would be the best thing for
You
him.
go
to-
back, you win a ring with Chet, Shea, and the young crew. Jokic for Steph.
Who's that? A hockey player?
No, the F1 guy.
Oh,
What is
Come on,
F1?
Chris, even
Well, I think Verstappen's won like
The only
21
F1 I know
out of
is
the
the
last like
keyboard.
23 races or something.
I don't know. Oh, Formula Hockey.
Honestly, probably a good comparison would be like
Formula.
Scotty
What is that
Scheffler.
called? Formula
Formula
Racing.
One.
There you go.
Formula One racing.
Scotty Scheffler's just like that too. He's like, I don't really care about golf.
Oh, yeah.
Jerg,
that much."
He was
Jerg,
like,
I miss you. I miss
yes,
you.
we do. We do miss you, Drake. Come back.
oh man.
Jerg, you're
Shout
all
out to
right.
Jurg, man.
Hey, just do that with Chris. And
Remember how you do a
that's
show
fine.
with Jurg and he would always be the smartest guy on the show every
Oh.
time. Like no matter what you said, he'd say something. You're like, oh, damn it.
Ah, Jerg,
Smartest guy
yeah.
on the show.
I would-
do an NHL.
Jerg, I'll trade for you. Let's talk to your agent. I'll trade for you right now. I got a bunch of guys that I don't need. I'm willing to trade.
No offense
I'm
taken.
putting them on blast. I'm willing to trade.
I would trade myself for Jurg and a future.
Chris brought on this guy a couple years ago, Bacher Whaley, and he's just horrendous.
The complaints I've got for him, HR
Walker Whaley. Shout out to Walker, man. Passionate guy.
Walker's complaints.
He definitely didn't deserve that shot, but it didn't work for Mo Murphy. So.
Where is Maurice? Where's Maurice?
Getting his hair
He's
did.
getting his
Oh,
hair
come
nails.
on. We know he's receding. Come on. Join the club.
Just let it
Join
go.
the club, Maurice. It's time.
His hair will go when bronze goes. So any day now.
Who's the copy here? It might be this year. The way Anthony Davis is playing, LeBron might quit.
So what?
He looks at Anthony Davis like you look at your son when he does something that he's not supposed to do, and you're just like, why? That's how LeBron looks at Anthony Davis. Like, why are you not doing what you're supposed to do?
So how is Stu going to react now that he can't
Where's
order his
Stewart?
Buck Bowers jersey? Like he's got to be in shambles. Who's he going to get a Colts jersey of now?
It was their quarterback. Oh, their quarterback got hurt last year, right? Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
Colts are up next. We'll see We'll see.
So the Chiefs are going to win the division next year, right? Unless Bo Nix has something to say about it.
Oh my goodness.
Mahomes gets to go up against Justin Herbert with no weapons.
So
He
the
gets to go
overrated
against-
Justin Herbert was
Jarrett
approaching
Stidham.
Trevor Lawrence territory.
Oof.
We're trying, Jerk. But yes, I will trade for you.
So,
I will
so the-
trade up the way the Vikings trade up for JJ McCarthy.
So the Chiefs are basically just the new Patriots now. Just no teams in the division that are going to give them a run.
Yeah.
It really is,
Yes,
right?
you're correct.
I mean, unless they have a designated first, second, and third down quarterback. I mean, they have 4 now, so they can actually run 4.
They could run a QB sweep.
What's the
You know the really effective QB sweep.
What is this, 2009 all over again?
What is this, Madden when you get bored?
What I don't understand, though,
You just go in and create a player, create 5 quarterbacks on 99 overall.
I can guarantee you, as
Nick's at
soon as
left
this
tackle.
show is done, I'm hopping on Madden. I'm creating 4 creative players, and I'm creating the QB sweep. It's going to be led by Jeff Hunt with Walker Bailey and Stuart Brooking leading the way.
the whitest backfield in history.
So Jeff hates JJ McCarthy.
Yes.
Everyone hates something. So Jeff hates. Wait, what's Jeff's Mount Rushmore hate thing? So there's running backs.
Running back.
There's
The running
JJ McCarthy. There's
Michigan.
the Michigan, and then there's one more thing. Is it
Whoever the Ohio
Oh,
State
we
coach
know.
is doesn't win a national championship.
Larry
Yes.
Bird? Larry Bird.
So here's the thing about this. I don't hate Larry Bird. I hate
Larry Bird
people who
three-pointers.
I hate people who don't understand what kind of player he was.
Larry Bird's whiteness. He hates how white he is.
I do. There you go. I hate Larry Bird's white. And here the thing is, Larry Bird never even leaned into his whiteness. Everybody else just did. I just kind of hate whiteness, if we're being honest. Whiteness, it's really played out. It was, they had to run.
How do we play it back in?
White had to run. They had to run back in the,
Hey.
back in the early 1900s.
No,
Like,
I
do I
got-
just have to
hey,
sit out
I
until
had-
like 2028 or?
They
I
had
had
to
240 years.
game.
The guys at work get mad at me all the time when I
What?
make fun of white people. They get all offended. I'm like, hey,
We
Call me
ruin
back in-
everything.
What's
I call me
Jackie
back, I'm like,
Robinson's game?
I said, call me in 500 years and we'll reconvene. Fuck off.
When segregation started, that's when the whites had. That was their peak.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all had 240 years. Peak white.
Today I did.
You guys had a.
We do like top 10 list at work, like kind of like trivia. Like at lunchtime, we go and a guy does like a bunch of different ones. It's always like usually sports. And today they're like, what's the trivia today? And I said, top 10 things that white people like the most. And I said, Larry Bird, mayonnaise. The thing is, we're all lily white as fuck, and everybody's like, I don't know if that's a joke or not. That's like, being
We're all
white, that's
They
3.
were all waiting for the jokes. He's like, okay, yeah, that's solid.
They're like, oh, it's a good list, Jeff.
That's a joke. What do you
Yeah.
Wait, so
All
you don't
fakes.
like mayonnaise?
taking charges. The
Taking
number
charges.
one thing that
Setting
white sports fans like the most is
boxing
taking
out.
charges.
You know what, Jeff? Those guys in the NBA, they don't box out anymore. It's ridiculous. Back in the 90s, back in the 80s,
Back
Larry
in the
Bird
90s and
and
80s.
Kevin McHale and Dave Cowens were boxing out.
Yep. Man, Bill Laimbeer, now that's a player.
Bill Lambert, that's a match.
If somebody
Dolph
says,
James, let me tell you.
if somebody brings up Bill Laimbeer, there's 50-50 chance they got a rebel
The guy
flag
who
license
founded
plate.
the Bull High. What's his name? Pistol Pete. That's a basketball player.
Yeah. Yeah, you're kind of right.
Who's picking the Colts? What's Stewart? Where's Stewart? Stewie, where are you?
That's a really diverse draft room.
Yeah.
He was buying his Caitlin Clark.
Are you being facetious?
Being
don't-
something.
No, they got a mixed guy there. They got a Maurice there. Oh, the Packers. Oh.
So that's Jeff's Mount Rushmore of hate.
Just as of now.
As of now, the list is forever changing.
Yes, every day.
Baby.
What up? How y'all doing?
What's
What up, baby?
going on?
Je-
Just chilling.
Loving life over here. What's going on with you, man?
How y'all like y'all's picks?
I haven't made
Miami
one yet.
doesn't really. Miami doesn't draft anymore, so it's actually kind of anticlimactic.
Yeah, they keep having to give him up because they tamper.
Yeah, we don't have it. Like we just don't draft anymore, and they're terrible. Miami
that
might
was
be
the
the worst
first
team in the
pick,
league
right?
this year, by the way.
No, I like my pick.
I like Neighbors.
Good pick
We-
from
we
the
have,
Colts.
You know,
Good pick
we
from
don't
the
have a
Colts.
quarterback, but
I can't wait for Stu to pronounce that name.
Who did the go? Oh, they got Latu.
Yeah, too.
Stu's
I
just
was-
going to refer to him as Manti Te'o with a real girlfriend.
It's Al.
So many people are taking strays, but if they're not going to hop on the show, then
Top
it's just going to
five.
happen.
best fake girlfriends. Go.
Oh, the best fake girlfriend ever, Manti Te'o.
That
Yeah.
man, that I did you watch the Netflix doc on
Yes, that was
it's even
rough.
more crazier than we even knew about.
Manti Te'o's one. My high school girlfriend is number 2.
He okayed that Netflix series, so that was as good as they could make him look in it. He still looked that bad.
He looked worse coming from out.
Yes.
Worse.
What a
He
dumbass.
still looked stunned, like he couldn't believe that it happened.
Yeah, I think he's holding out.
It's like you've had years to come to terms with this, and I still think that you think she's real.
And then also to take that ass beating in that national championship game.
Oh, they got their ass kicked. Yeah. But to be like, yo, babe, show me your face. No, my connection's off. That'd be a red flag. Like, all right, no, this ain't nah. You know,
Yeah, that's a big red
this ain't
flag.
it. Like even in
And
2000,
that was really the start of the whole online dating, and
Oh yeah, it was a big deal.
we didn't like us normal people never like
I know. But
like let me go on and pretend to be somebody else.
that's weird, man.
Like I'm not like obviously I've never been in the same room with any of y'all, but we also ain't dating. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm
Yeah.
dating somebody, I need a little over the
It's
pants
got
action
like different,
or
yeah.
something. Like I need to know that you're alive.
Jeff, I just found something for your list. Things white people love.
You know, sometimes like we always do the
Hmm.
Mount Rushmore stuff, but yet Mount Rushmore is like one of the most insulting racist things ever done in the history of America. But everybody's always like, "What's your Mount Rushmore?" And I'm like, "I don't fuck with Mount Rushmore." That was
Dang, Jeff, why you gotta call me out like that? I'll be doing that on my show.
I do it all the time. But then you look into it, you're like, "Oh, Mount Rushmore's kind of icky." They put a bunch of slave owners up to intimidate the Native Americans. Man, good job, America.
That's why you see a lot of Jeffersons in Washington in the black community. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's not. I mean, it's not fake.
Oh, hold
You
up.
should have seen it when I took when I took.
Wait,
So I
didn't
took
it-
my kid to when we went to Washington D.C. and we were going through
offensive players. No, that was the tackle.
Washington's like estate or whatever, and they're like telling the history of it, like while you're walking in line and stuff. So I start bringing up some of the other history. Did not go over so well.
Oh, I went on a school field trip with my son to some basically a hike in some preserved land down the street from where I live, and it's basically preserved land for the Native American people that were native to this area down to like northern Mexico and all that. And the tour guide was going on about how thousands of years ago these people lived here, and then they moved out to make room
Oh,
for
jeez.
settlers. And I was just looking, and I'm like, these are a bunch of third graders. Should I? Do I want to? I was like, no, let me not ruin this field trip right now.
Yeah. You should have seen a look at all the sixth graders' faces when I told them they had no idea. They had no idea that George Washington had slaves. I'm like, it's information. You can do with it what you want, but I think you ought to have that information.
Jeff was going to tell them that the Easter Bunny's fake. And
Yeah. And I was like, and Larry Bird really never shot that many
Larry,
threes.
you know what,
I'm
you
out,
idiot? Larry Bird was not a good 3-point shooter.
Not near as good as you think. I broke some dude's heart one time. This was back before like digital media. So I had to print this shit out on my printer over like, regular phone lines. And he was talking about what a great shooter Larry Bird was. And I had to print out that Michael Jordan had a higher 3-point percentage shooting than Larry Bird. And I took it to work and I thought this guy was going to cry. It changed his entire life. Thank goodness for Google. We can stop some of this madness. I don't know what
Remember a time when Google was there to stop the madness? Not just.
No, that's actually probably worse.
Jacksonville's coming up.
Who did Seattle get?
They haven't took it so anyway.
Yeah, I don't think he went yet. Did they? Did we miss that?
No, Seattle's still on the clock. The pick is
Any
in.
more 25-year-old quarterbacks available?
No.
I think they ran out.
It's gotta be a
Them COVID quarterbacks, man, they get it.
Yeah, that's not fair, too, because a 25-year-old quarterback, I mean, they already have Geno Smith. He's old enough.
Yeah, that's true.
Still there?
Is Geno in his 30s? He's got to be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He came out in 2010, right?
Yeah, he's like early. He's like early 30s.
12, I think.
Or
He's
12,
same
yeah,
draft
so-
as RD and what?
4 years.
He wasn't the RG3. Yeah, so he had to have been. No, I think he was the 2013 draft.
Yeah,
13 or 14. Oh, no, 13.
He's probably mid-30s.
No, you're right. Because Sanchez with the Jets for like five years.
So, an actual football question. I know I don't have a lot of real questions, but what's with this year? Like for a decade, it's been a lot of pass rushers high. Like it's what's going on. I mean, we've seen like one go,
All
but
it
for a
is
while
is
that was the.
it's a-
four straight offensive players drafted.
I just realized that just the edge rushers just
You don't make
kinda-
pass rushers like that anymore.
or can you not pass rush anymore because of offenses are the way they're set up?
No, you can't. I think there was just. It's basically a pendulum swing. You saw all these mobile quarterbacks getting drafted, the RG3s, the Russell Wilsons. So saying, you know what, we need to get athletic guys on the edge. They go and get those guys. They
Yeah.
drafted all those guys, and now offenses are getting more pocket passers. Like, yes, you can run if need be, like a Patrick Mahomes, but you're still first and foremost a pocket passer.
That's why you think that we're seeing more interior linemen, like teams drafting interior linemen because they get pressure up
And
the middle.
they should have done that for a decade, focusing on the left tackle for a decade. The right tackle's damn near as important now as the left tackle. Like it's. Cooper DeJean, is he going first round?
Yeah, I think he'll go first round.
Yeah, I got him first round. I could see him playing some nickel, some safety, kind of that versatility guy.
Not a cornerback yet either. Usually there's a top corner.
All right, no corner. Usually,
Isn't Cooper just on the top corner?
That's what I'm saying. We haven't had one yet. I mean, usually.
By default, you can't draft him in the top 20.
So is this a weird year too? Because we actually saw the spike in NIL, like they kind of figured out towards the end of last year. Is this a weird draft as to where we have more players that could have went pro that stayed than ever over the last, like, say 20 years? There's a lot of guys that stayed. That kind of changes the draft a little bit.
Yeah, because you're not in a hurry to go make that money. You're more often than not, you're probably making more money as a top college player than you are as a top 10 NFL draft pick.
Well, that's kind of fake money though. Like it's not, I mean, it's money, but it's not contract money. It's not life, you know what I mean? It's not guarantees, it's not insurance and all that stuff.
No, but I'm saying just on a per year basis.
Oh yeah. But it's kind of a weird year that so many guys stayed that could have went pro. It's a little weird.
So far, we haven't had another trade, but I really do think. You guys see anybody trading back up into the first, other than the Commanders? I know we have the 2 first-round picks or 2 second-round picks.
Also, does the NFL being worth so much now that do these teams even care anymore? Like, how much they really care whether they win or lose when you're worth $8 billion?
Like the basketball way, because basketball teams, like Michael Jordan, sold a team for $4 billion and was the worst.
Yeah.
Well, just
it was terrible.
The Nets owner, when he was talking about the business side of things, like he doesn't actually care about winning.
Oh,
yeah, they just print money.
Yeah,
but it's got to factor in when you have like you have some you still have some families and stuff that own, and I get that.
Yeah,
but you have less than ever.
Oh, for sure.
But like sports is the one business, especially like basketball, like the one business where you can actually have a shitty product and still make a lot.
The Clippers did it for decades.
Yeah. Like how many businesses can have a bad product and actually make money? There's not a lot of businesses that have that model, except for like sports.
Yeah, that's the only one I can think of.
Especially basketball and then football.
Byron Murphy. Oh yeah. That dude's a dog. I like that guy.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good pick for them.
Yeah, real good
run
pick.
stopper too.
I heard good things about Byron.
You honestly, like, if you hit a lot on interior linemen on both sides of the ball. I don't know why teams don't just focus on that early in the draft. Even if they're bad, they're usually a 10-year vet.
Mm-hmm.
But if a quarterback's bad, it's useless.
It's like locker room guys, because they'll be around for so long.
Yeah, usually DTs, even like you, Jeff, like you said, even if they don't live up to the draft pick status, they're still like 10-year.
They can still play. You can't play a quarterback if he can't play.
Quarterbacks, if they're bad, they're usually out of the league. Or
the running back's useless. If they're not good, they're completely useless.
Oh, another trade?
Because you need rotation. You need a rotation in your line.
Exactly.
So even if they're not great, you still.
Yep.
Jags aren't on the clock.
Minnesota.
Tony Khan got scared because he got power drive.
NFL Network, call me.
Did you see that? Tony Khan, he got. I kept sending it to Thad. This is your GM. Fred, this is your GM. This is your guy who's making the picks. Tony, you know what's crazy? Ken, he sold it so bad. So when he got punched, he waited like 3 seconds before he's like sold it. It was funny actually.
The issue that I have with this is that I want to go and look at what they traded to get it, but I'm worried that it's going to spoil the pick because these fucking insider guys tell you 10 minutes prior.
Oh, is Schefter doing Woj? What Woj was doing? And the NBA told him stop it?
Yeah, that was a dick move. I mean, it's just a TV show. Like, there's no reason to ruin it. Like, here's the thing. They act like they start playing the games tomorrow. You don't have to ruin it a minute ahead of time. They ain't playing for 6 months.
Well, you see what Woj
but the NBA was even worse because it would be like they're on the 10th pick and then they're already reporting the 13th. And you're like, what the hell?
the Vikings got the 17th pick. Jaguars got the 23rd pick. The 5th round pick this year, 25 third, and next year's 4th as well.
Seahawks look hyped. They're hyped.
So who did they trade up to take then? Is it that edge rusher that's been sitting?
Oh, homie from
Dallas
Alabama.
Turner.
Yeah.
It is.
Either that or Spencer Rattler.
It was a Dallas Turner.
Well, yeah, QB competition of Rattler and JJ.
Imagine.
Rattler, JJ, and Darnold.
I know this is. It
Well,
sounds,
at least one
do you
of them.
think there'll
At least
ever
I
be a
saw one of
time
them throw the football.
where a team, if they had 2 first-round picks, would take 2 quarterbacks and just be like, all right, whoever wins. Because it's just all their board just says these are the 2 best players. And
Maybe they just run dual QBs. If they need passes under 8 yards, they go to JJ. And if they're trying to air it out 50 yards downfield to JJ, then they throw Rattler in.
Oh, it's Dallas
That's a good
Turner.
pick.
Yeah, I figured like if you have a guy that's slipping like that, the only reason why you would trade up would be to take a guy like that. But
You don't. I mean, if you don't have a quarterback that can throw and score you 30 points a game, at least go get somebody who can keep the other team from scoring 30 points a game.
well, because their D line's been pretty bad for a little bit, hasn't it? Because Minnesota's defense, it was terrible 2 years ago, and last year I think it was below average. So
Yeah, that's a good pick.
go take the best guy available and
Yeah.
hope that he can turn this thing around. Now the Bengals.
On the clock.
Bengals. Everybody wants to get traded from the Bengals now.
Yeah, it's what's nice when you have a quarterback is you can just pick a player.
You can take the best available, not be desperate.
They're going to lose some wide receiver. Do they go wide receiver? They go offensive line. They got to go offense.
Well, so Higgins, didn't he demand a trade, but then he said that he was committed recently to like returning to the team. But I mean, he's kind of a diva. Shocker that a wide receiver is a diva. But
Isn't he getting $25 million this year?
yeah, I got franchise tagged, I think.
But didn't he just ask to be traded again?
Yeah.
Did he do it again?
Yeah.
A lot of people thought he was going to get traded tonight.
I believe in the medical industry we call that bipolar.
The defensive who's the defensive end that wanted to retire if he didn't get traded? Hawkinson, whatever his name.
Yeah.
Hendrickson.
Ken, did you run that diagnosis by Aaron Rodgers before you put that out there?
I'm only on page 7 of the manifesto. You got to give me more time than that.
Local
Finish that
quarterback.
before you start throwing.
He CC'd me on the email that he sent to the O lineman.
Gotcha.
Fauci. He's best friend with Fauci.
Listen, when he becomes VP of your country, he's going to need a chief of staff, and I'm well versed in that sort of work. So.
Imagine being Aaron Rodgers and being so fucking dumb that you think you're smart. Like, because you say stuff that's so.
I've been
Because
living
everybody-
that life for 29 years, Jeff.
Everybody doesn't understand why you're saying it, so you think it's because you're smart, but it's really not at all.
The issue is though, when you have that kind of money and like influence, then you just think that you're wiser than you are.
You just described America in a nutshell.
Good thing I'm Canadian.
Yep. Sometimes. Chris, you're handling this better than I thought. You're doing a very good job.
Yeah, the Knicks are going to lose, so.
Well, Embiid hopefully doesn't go for like 45 every game or whatever he's up to now.
He should be ejected, but whatever.
I can't wait for that to be on Knicks Fan Wild in Game 3 reaction, probably going live in like 25 minutes.
Chris, is there any concern that Brunson's just not big enough?
Oh, I've always had that concern.
Like he rolls around on the court a lot.
I wish Jalen Brunson could be Jamal Murray. Like just have a guy that's just like
this is where Knicks fans are going to actually learn to appreciate Julius Randle.
Yes,
because if we had him, we need him because the scoring is, it's
You're
not
just gonna
there. No.
you're gonna run into size issues down the road. Is the problem?
It's
Like I know Embiid's a problem, but outside of him, you can kind of.
And listen, our home court advantage is really good, so that helps role players when you have the crowd on. But on the road is where you don't see role players have success, and that's kind of what's happening.
And I'm as much as I love your Villanova starting five, I just don't know if they're.
I hate it.
I'll be honest though, if you want to.
I'm like, oh, hell no, please, no. I'm tired of it. No, stop it. This isn't a frat house where well, you went to high school.
No offense to those guys because I know they're podcasters as well. That's a pretty dull product that they put out.
Their podcast? Oh, they're not. Jalen Brunson has no personality.
To me, it reminds me of pro athletes if they were just passing a blunt around. Like they would just be sitting there just calm for no reason.
Well, like, you know what's a bad podcast? Trae Young. Bad podcast.
Yeah.
Horrible podcast. Horrible.
But that's why it became saturated because every athlete thinks that they can do it. And it's like, no, actually.
Carmelo Anthony did a podcast by himself. It was so bad. So bad. And then now he has a co-host that's makes it more watchable. But when he did it by himself, it was awful. Like you said, everybody thinks they can do a podcast because they're a 10-time All-Star. But it's like, you need to know how to navigate the show, how to go through.
Have actually creative, interesting topics, so it's not just you sitting there talking.
Yeah, like have good conversations, like talk.
Also, I know this is an NFL draft show, but if you want a pretty profitable NBA bet throughout the playoffs, has been Dante DiVincenzo assists. They keep setting the line at like 2.5.
He gets it over because we have no playmaker on our team.
And the issue is you can't put it any higher because then everyone would take the under because he almost always finishes with 3.
Yeah.
I spent like 3 weeks only betting NBA
unders
over under defensive stats. It was the weirdest time in my life.
Just doing plus minuses.
Yep. Yeah. Over under blocks on like guards. It's always at like 0.5.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised how many
and if it hits, it's like plus 140. Yeah.
Yep.
Just betting on PER.
Dark time. Has a dark time.
PER. Honestly, my favorite one now, and it's why I hate Prize Picks. Anytime someone puts fantasy score down, I'm like, you're a fucking loser. Fantasy score over under 35 fantasy score. Oh, sweet. What a great stat that is to be betting.
I saw a ridiculous made up stat. It was like defensive rating. It was so absurd that I was so mad at the TV. It was because they had this it was an analytics dude, and he was like super like hard. Like there was stats that just don't like no, this isn't real. Stop it. It was something absurd. And I was so mad. I wanted to punch the TV. I was like, this is ridiculous. This is not real. Stop it. Stop making up stats. It was like Jokic's defensive metric metabolism per game is the best. It's like, no, stop it. This isn't real. Stop making up stats.
Chris, I know that you'll love this one because it's a trend anytime there's a major event coming up, like March Madness. Everyone's always got cracking the code of March Madness, right? It's like if you look at the last 11 winners, they were Ken Palm ranked like here in week 6 of the
fact that there's like Ken Palm is like, all right, oh wow, we've really gone. And Ken Palm's a good source, but it's super duper. Like, yo, we're basing it off Ken. All I heard was Duke's Ken Palm rating is top 10.
It's like, have you watched Duke play this year?
You watched Duke this year? They weren't good. Yeah, they made the Elite Eight, but that's because the teams they were playing were freaking mid majors. Like, no, what are you watching?
Good pick by the Bengals.
There's Mims.
That's the tackle?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a monster.
0 sacks allowed in 774 offensive snaps.
Mhm.
Oh,
That's
Stafford's
bad, boy.
Holy shit.
That's Stafford's best friend now. Not Stafford.
Burrow.
Bro,
Burrow.
racist.
You're right.
I was told that can't happen, Jeff.
Is it because I'm colored? What are you saying?
No comment.
Good, shit. Good. You're good. You're getting good. You're getting good.
That's called Politics 101.
He's a professional.
Except for United States politics, they would have fell for that.
Well, no, you would have just called the other guy fat and lazy and his wife's ugly, and then you would become president.
You know us well.
Step
you pretty much-
step one, insult everyone that we hate.
If we were to explain to like
hand me a
from, like,
Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
if someone were to ask from like freaking Siberia, like, oh, so how do you go about your presidency? You're like, well, you have to
Get
have a
this.
reality show. Reality show. Go first.
Step one, insult the most hated U.S. senator's wife.
Yeah. But the thing, you have to be over 80. You have,
Yeah.
you have to have been past retirement age by 2 decades.
So she had to
We have
be
400 million people, and we're voting on 85
If
year
you
olds.
know how to use the Face ID on an iPhone, then you're too young.
You need a
Gotta
flip
be a
phone.
geriatric.
If you
have
can
to have a
just
flip phone.
if you can describe the day the bomb dropped, you're just old enough to run for president.
If you were Jerry Jones the day he made the left turn,
If you think an Alexa is your housekeeper, then you are not correct. Okay, so the Rams, they need someone to replace Aaron Donald. I don't know if that's available at the 20th.
Yeah,
or
the
19th.
next Aaron Donald.
Yeah, that's all you have to do is draft Aaron Donald at 19, and they're
Yep.
back. Was that wasn't like too shocking of a retirement, was it? Because he was kind of hinting at it for a couple
Yeah,
years.
He thought about it the Super Bowl win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
he's got bigger plans in life. He's gonna be like a super entrepreneur.
I hope so.
He'll be on Shark Tank.
He's him and The Rock are tight, so
Yeah.
he might be at WrestleMania.
He's probably an absolute rock star in LA, even though they barely care about football. So he'll land on his feet.
He'll throw out the first pitch at the Dodgers game.
he'll
He'll
bounce
buy
it.
like a 1% share of the Dodgers.
And Shohei Ohtani will bet on that first pitch to not be a strike. And then, oh, wait, are we?
Otani taking
Oh, right. He did nothing wrong. It was definitely his translator that had
He's
millions
never
of dollars that
been-
he was just so
Exactly.
happened to get access to send to a bookie. Yeah, that's
What a weird
believable.
coincidence.
He's a very well-paid
And we
translator.
dropped 50 on our heads.
Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani definitely could have dropped the N-word in Chinese and they still would have covered it up. Like there was no chance.
He first of all
And
he's Japanese, Ken, but he might be able to speak Chinese, but he's definitely Japanese.
That's racist.
You fucking racist.
All right, I'm canceled. I'll leave now.
Oh. That was
That's
nice
racist.
knowing you, Ken.
You can't assume, Ken. This is 2024.
And it was fun while it lasted.
Sorry, guys.
You cannot assume, Kenneth. Oh man, I don't want to hear. Oh man, Nick Spaces are going to be terrible. Oh, disgusting.
He should have been thrown out of the game.
Yeah, that's all. That's all you
Bing
can hear.
Bong should have been thrown out of the game.
Bing Bong's retired, Ken. That was
Is
2
it
years
retired now?
ago. Retired,
Why'd you
yeah.
retire it? Because it was
Turned on
played
the
out the
Bing Bong.
second
They
it happened?
turned on the Bing Bong guy. They turned on him. They
What
got
did he
jealous. No, you know what it was? People were so jealous because he actually got a job from that.
Did he really? That's hilarious.
He got a job from that. So people got jealous of him, essentially.
The Knicks just hate success, eh?
They really do, bro. They're so jealous. I'm like, oh man, he got a job. They're like, oh no, that sucks. I'm like, all right, you guys are haters.
Bro, he's
If you
famous. I'm definitely the biggest Knicks fan in the world.
I can't name any other player in the NBA, but I'm the biggest fan.
Biggest fan. Jericho Sims, future NBA All-Star.
I fucking hate him. I've never hated a basketball player. No, Jared Jeffries was the last Knick I hated, and Jericho Sims is right behind. He just the worthless big. Imagine being 7 foot tall and you have a 50-inch vertical and you can't do anything on the court.
My favorite Nick of all time is Steve Novak. No reason why.
Mayo, right?
Can't quite put the finger. Can't quite put the finger on it.
You have no idea how mad I get every time they show John Starks on the sidelines. Every time. I get mad every time. I still despise that dude.
You know, it's crazy. Someone said that. They're like, why do they keep showing like these mid-Knicks player? Like he wasn't like, and I'm like, I don't know, man. They just
no, he was him, Oakland, that whole team. Oh man. Still mad.
So the Rams just picked in the first round for the first time in 8 years.
That's a good pick.
Yeah. They just replaced Aaron Donald. They're fixed.
Who needs to draft in the first round when you win a Super Bowl?
True.
They went all in and they got it done.
Yep. And they did it in a city that doesn't care. Like, that's fine. They can not be good for 10 years and they're like, that's fine. We got Super Bowl. Like, they don't care.
No, like flex on every other team outside of Kansas City. That'll be their claim.
Like the Jets are still riding that 69 Super Bowl like it happened yesterday.
Yeah. And here they still ride the 2009 AFC Championship game. That's all I hear on the radio. Oh man, get to the days of when they went to back-to-back AFC Championship games. I was like, yo, you guys didn't even get to the Super Bowl.
Nope.
Yeah.
You're bragging about going to the AFC Championship game.
So what's Pittsburgh do here? O-line?
I would say O-line.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep playing Spencer Rattler until he gets drafted.
Wait, are Steelers fans tired of watching Najee Harris get 300 carries and have 750 yards at the end of the year?
90 yards for a carry.
Remember when Najee Harris went in the first round?
2.5 yards a carry, and then they bring in
I
Jalen
can't
Warren?
wait till a running back gets drafted in the first round and Jeff just throws his water bottle at the
Who's that?
I can't wait till a team takes a running back in the first round.
Not this year.
Bro, you just throw your nachos at the TV screen.
Honestly, if there's a team that would draft a running back in the first round, it might be Dallas.
It would be.
Yes.
Seriously though, like they might just say,
We don't have one, right? Pollard went
Pollard's
to
gone. They were talking about Zeke.
Yeah.
Where did
We
Pollard
still
go?
have Rico Dowdle and what the hell's the other guy's name?
Freeman.
Yeah. Oof.
Where did
They
Pollard
went
go?
Pollard's Tennessee.
Yeah.
Because Derrick Henry went to.
You guys are gonna re-sign Ezekiel Elliott so you can make him play center again.
Where'd Derrick Henry go?
Henry went to Baltimore.
Man.
Oh, right.
Worst day of my life. Man.
We need a center, so we know you did it at one play. We're sorry about that.
Oh,
We gotta make up for that.
that joke's only fun when Mo's here.
Tyron Smith left, right? You think you need somebody to replace him?
They need a left tackle. You're same size as Tyron Smith now. So
Hey, think this person, he could play anywhere on the line.
Matter of fact, we lost everybody. Just play everywhere. Just play next to Zach.
Seriously, who's the last running back that was drafted and made a difference?
CMC, maybe.
Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah,
for his team that he was drafted by, or by just anyone?
Well,
no,
but
that's fair.
Carolina
Just being
for
traded.
3
Yeah,
years.
being traded. That's fair. No, CMC's it. That's a good answer.
Carolina, that first couple years with him and Cam was not bad.
Saquon helped us at the 6 and 10 a few times, so that's pretty good.
Exactly.
Funny enough, your playoff run was like not even a good Saquon year.
All right.
Pretty average.
Saquon averaged like 3.9 yards per carry last year.
Yeah, I don't know if there'd be another one outside of that. Like Jonathan Taylor had a good year, but they were not good.
He was a second round pick, though.
Was he a second? I thought he was a late first for some reason.
Yeah, he was right in there.
I think part of the issue is the teams that have been drafting running backs that high have horrendous O lines, which just I don't know why that doesn't compute for them.
You should always take O-line.
Yeah. You can find a running back pretty much 3rd, 4th, 5th round and be serviceable.
That kid for Baltimore, that Keaton Mitchell, was awesome before he got hurt, and he was way down the draft.
What was that Rams running back last year? Was it Kyron?
Kyron Williams.
Was
Yeah.
He was like a 5th rounder, right?
Like he has a great year because their O-line was pretty good.
Mhm. Running back should be the last thing you need. That should just be like, okay, we got everything. Now
Do
Let's
the
go get a
opposite of
running
what the Giants did in 2016.
yeah, that was awesome.
Hey guys, if you want a really good bet, the Lakers are up early on the Nuggets, so you can go get the Nuggets at plus money right now.
I got him at plus money earlier.
This is every single Lakers Nuggets game of we go up 10 or 15 early and then we blow it. So
Well, I
Get
live
that
in
in now.
California, so I can't.
you got connections out west though. You
Actually,
got
doing this
Shohei
show has
covered.
probably saved me money because I'm typically betting every 5 seconds.
I'm making a return to Shohei even after the Chinese-Japanese mix-up.
That's racist, man.
Yeah, let me give a
Go
call
back in the. Go back
to
in
the
the.
Korean mobster.
What are they?
Oh
on
yeah,
TNT?
Jeff, you can get plus 150 right now. They're up 9.
I got him at plus.
They're on TNT. All right.
I think I took a couple points. I got him at like minus 1.5 at like plus 120. I was satisfied with that.
That's pretty good.
But I also thought that it was going to be a great night because I'm like, man, Cavs, Knicks, Nuggets are going to roll.
Sorry. And B dropped 50 on her, so
Yeah.
Oof.
I don't think the Cavs win another game. I believe it in my heart because this is the game
think
one. This is the Orlando team that I thought I was going to get game one, and I was like, okay, I was just wrong about them. I don't think I was wrong about
Orlando might win all their home games, but I don't know if they're going to win any games on the road.
Yes, I don't know. They're being tall helps. Being bigger than the other team really helps.
Cavs have size. They have.
And Mitchell
Mobley,
don't want it. Mitchell wants no part of this shit.
Also, how much longer are the Cavs going to think that they can run Mobley and Allen together?
Exactly.
Barrett Allen needs to get traded unless if you want to.
Yeah,
unlock
it's going to be
Mobley,
Allen that gets dealt. It's definitely
Allen
not
has
going to
to
be
get
Mobley.
traded because Mobley you drafted him top 3, expecting to be like he was already a defensive player candidate last year. He has more upside as an offensive player. The only way that gets to that level is if you get rid of Jared Allen.
Yeah, because like the Cavs haven't looked bad when they've staggered them, but man, watching them together on the floor is horrendous.
Just you look at the playoffs last year when we played them. When
Yep.
the Knicks played, we bullied them. And
And Orlando's Orlando's. I mean, they're big and like I just don't. It's a matchup thing. Banchero is kind of figured it out tonight. If that holds up at all, I think it's a wrap.
So Pittsburgh probably going O line or
running back.
They might go.
I think they go tackle from Washington.
Ooh, I like that dude. I watched a lot of tape on Washington offensive line last year. And it was freaking awesome.
Right? 15 years?
well, in Steelers QBs they're running Russ and Fields, so
Simultaneously.
probably. And Mike
And
Tomlin will go 9-8, and we'll just talk about how great he is at being above 500.
But he'll be super excited about it. Like he'll have great speeches.
He'll be very passionate. He'll
Great
he'll
interviews.
definitely share, be very in depth.
Where's Mo?
Still getting his hair
Is he
done.
coming for the, he's coming for the Dallas pick.
I hope not. That's Aaron and I are already here. We don't need him.
Speak of the devil
Oh, there he is.
and pretty boy shall appear.
Oh,
He had to get the fresh haircut. He thought he was getting
he
drafted
got the
tonight.
Jelani.
So he had to go get his hair twisted.
He got the Jelani.
But Mo, we're happy to have you. Better late than never.
Manual.
The never late is better.
Hey guys.
I definitely found something that's not on Jeff.
Jeff's gonna hate you. You wearing AirPods to a podcast.
That's
That's
fine.
that's on Jeff's top 5 hate.
No. It's when you don't wear them.
It's when you don't have headphones and have
No,
a mic but no headphones.
No, the
No,
AirPods
Jeff
are
said
fine.
He hates you if you wear AirPods. AirPods
Man, what-
have bad.
Well, there you go, Cruz.
There you go, Cruz. Good pick. Could have bet on that. Yeah, but you
Oh,
probably
Dang, I was kind of
Cruz
hoping
is
you
doesn't, right?
Who just got picked?
Cruz, if you need a bookie, I got
Right
you.
about time.
There's Cruz. That's why he likes to pick. That's his brother.
this dude's awesome. And I tell you what, those dudes with that many vowels in their name, they stick around a
Samoan?
long time.
He's
Yep.
a part of the Samoan. He's a part of the
This-
bloodline.
There's some
Whoever
bad
says
dudes.
drafting is not an exact
He's
science
definitely related to
hasn't
Rock.
talked to Jeff yet.
Yo, if you throw an apostrophe in there, all pro.
They're always good, right? The apostrophe
No, but
players,
seriously, I watched a lot of tape on this dude, and it's awesome.
He's gonna definitely make an appearance at WrestleMania 41
Yeah,
alongside
dude is-
The Rock.
this dude is awesome.
Mo, how are you?
Honestly, one of the favorite players I watched last year. I mean that.
Good.
It was
Great.
fantastic.
Good to see you, friend.
So,
Hey,
Mo,
man.
real quick, what has been your thoughts up until this point? Because at the end of the day, this is still a draft show, despite what we've been talking about for the last 40 minutes.
Offense wins championships now. Clearly, what 14? What was it? First 14, 15?
First 14 were offensive.
Offensive players.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Offense wins championships now.
So, how do you feel
No
about
longer.
the Penix draft at 8?
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Kirk Cousins is coming off an Achilles injury. Like, we don't know if this dude is even going to be healthy to start the season, let alone be healthy for the next 2 to 3 years. So Penix might have to start a lot sooner than people think. And I think Penix will be a good pro. He's older. There's advantage to being an older rookie. You might not have a 15, 20-year career, but you're more mature and ready to start than the 21-year-old guy, just like in the NBA, all that. Like, when it comes to the draft, and you draft a guy who's been in college for 4 years, he's probably more ready to produce right now than the guy that was there only for 1 year. I mean, Penix been in college through everything. COVID, switch presidents.
He was in Indiana with COVID. Yeah, right.
He was there for COVID. We switched presidents.
He was in Indiana when I was stationed in Ohio. It's been a minute.
Like, yeah, he's what, 25? About to be 25?
Yeah.
But I don't hate it though. Like, I mean, on paper it looks good. Like him with what's his name from what's the wide receiver's name? Drake London,
Drake
Kyle
London.
Pitts, Bijan Robinson.
Kyle
You add
Pitts,
another
he
little
won
wide
3
receiver
touchdowns
later
this
in the
year.
draft.
Hopefully.
Don't
I like
forget
that
elite
offense.
weapon Darnell Mooney as well.
Oh yeah, they did. That's not bad. That's not bad.
But
Drake
and in that,
London, Mooney.
in that
Pitts.
division, or that
Didn't they get Rondale Moore too?
See, so that they cooking something. They got weapons for.
they're the
for
best team in the
rookies.
division, right? As we speak, they're the best team in the division.
Not close,
No.
I don't think.
No, it's the Bucks.
You still think it's the Bucks?
I think so.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh well, because Kirk Cousins coming off an Achilles, so I don't know what he's gonna be.
They
I
have
mean,
the
it
most.
can't be any
old
worse
and-
than the
old
QB
and
play they got
slow.
last year.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But
I mean, like they won what 8 games with Ritter and
you don't know.
Yeah.
Like, we don't even know if Cousins gonna be able to start week one.
Penix is
like,
starting at some point this year. I
that's
think
what I'm saying.
I
Like,
posted a poll on the OTBN Twitter, and I said, will Mike Penix start a game this year?
probably.
I gotta check the poll, but I'm going to check right now and see what the percentage is.
Oh, it's 100%. He probably finishes the season, if not starts the season. He might start the season.
he might
Cousins got
have
hurt.
to.
Cousins got hurt fairly like mid.
When did Cousins get hurt?
Man,
Mid-
like
mid season?
November.
10 or something.
October?
Yeah, it was late. Like Cousins, Penix might have to start.
He might be on that Aaron Rodgers, Achilles thing.
Yo, let's think about it. Aaron Rodgers tried to tell people he was going to play the end of the season after an Achilles injury, and people were like, "Okay, maybe." Like, how dumb does that sound? Like when you really say it out loud.
You know what?
I mean, compared to the
like,
things that Aaron Rodgers has said, I mean,
oh no, I ain't gonna lie though. When it came to the Rodgers thing, I was like, bro, I speak from experience, and I know I don't have no $1 million doctors whose job is to get me back on the field. But I'm like, bro, An Achilles is an Achilles. I've never heard a doctor ever say
No. Well,
the
Aaron Rodgers
first
probably don't have
concern is we'll
doctors.
get you right back on the field after an Achilles. That is the least of their concern. Like that is the
Aaron
least.
Rodgers has Joe Rogan and the
Aaron-
Hodge.
I mean,
It's so weird.
We've
Just
been live so long. We've gone
you-
through the Aaron Rodgers conversation like 4 times. I
Hey,
love
hey,
it.
here's what's funny:
Anyways, about Shohei Otani.
is anybody
real
else
quick,
on
though.
here? Nobody else on
Do
here
you
is
think
old
the
enough.
St.
to-
Louis Cardinals have a chance to win the division?
hold on though, real quick. I
This is what
thought
the
the
draft
Jets
is
were
about.
going. I thought the Jets were going to pull a okie doke and draft a quarterback.
We talked about it.
Okay,
We talked about the possibility.
I was trying to
Hmm.
tune in. I was,
Now, man,
but I thought they was going to pull a okie doke.
Woody Johnson put one of them Colts together, man. He ain't getting rid of one of the Charter members.
I felt like they might have went and got Bo Nix. I
They're
thought
bringing
they was
Riley.
gonna
I
get
heard
Bo Nix.
they're actually signing Riley Cooper in the offseason.
Oh,
A lot of people don't know.
I mean,
For their
Jeff,
HR department.
Jeff, just speaking of Coopers, like
Jason Aldean singing the national anthem opening week.
Jeff, this
Hey,
is a
I
massive
just-
night for us though at the cornerback position.
I want
We're
everybody to
making
know.
history tonight at the cornerback position. Jeff and I are.
I hope Thad watches this or hears me say this. Thad is going to owe me $100 for thinking Drake May is going to be a better pro than JJ McCarthy, bro. Like that, he just lost that bet based on where they went tonight. JJ
Nah, he's
McCarthy
still
went to the
right.
Vikings.
McCarthy's not a pro
No.
at all.
Yes, he
all.
is.
Oh my God.
He's not. He doesn't have to be great. I think Drake May is boo boo, and
No, you
everybody
gotta
thinks
be a
he's Josh
quarterback.
Allen. You know what
He's got to
JJ
be
McCarthy?
Brock Purdy at this
Listen,
point.
you know what JJ McCarthy could do, Jeff? I hate to say it. Hey, that
Hand the
man
ball
wins.
off.
That man wins. He wins.
Oh, really?
He wins. I'm just saying
Every
he wins.
quarterback who makes it to the
No,
NFL.
every quarterback
is
wins.
just a winner.
No, they don't. Caleb Williams a loser. What are we talking about?
Yeah,
He
but
ain't
I
no
don't
winner.
necessarily know that he's going to be that great.
Oh, hey, I'll tell you like this: the day Madden drops, that Bears offense is gonna be absolutely
Okay,
insane.
let's do this though. Best quarterbacks in the NFL: Patrick Mahomes. Ain't nobody care what he did in college. Justin Herbert, and nobody really care what he does. Like all these guys, like nobody cares. Josh Allen played for Wyoming, Mo.
But
Yeah,
winning games.
why
I'm
does
saying
winning
games matters? It matters, man. That man, he can win.
So-
bro,
so
the man,
So the NFL is
not
just full of
trash,
high state
though.
quarterbacks. Some motherfuckers only lose one game a year.
nah, but JJ McCarthy not trash. Like he go into a situation with a good offensive minded coach with weapons around him, and it's not a terrible offensive line. Like he's going to a great situation for a quarterback. So I think he's good enough to go to that situation, get developed. Yeah, he's gonna be better than Drake May. Drake May is going to be coached by Gerard Mayo and company. Come on, man. Come on.
Okay, we'll
Going
see.
to the Patriots
Time will
is the
tell.
worst spot. Come on, man. If I was a quarterback, I'd be dreading going to the Patriots. Like, look, they ran Mac Jones out of there.
But
They ran
so
him
do you
up out of there.
think? Do you think as a talent, McCarthy is better than Mac Jones coming out?
Yes. Yeah.
But why? What's the difference? Mac Jones actually threw the football.
First off,
a lot.
I like JJ McCarthy can run the ball though. I like
Stop
he
it.
He can. He can run the ball now.
Well, what they going to run the triple option? What,
No,
they're no
he's
running
fast.
quarterbacks in the NFL.
Wishbone.
He's sneaky fast.
So, do you think JJ McCarthy's better than Bryce Young coming out?
Coming out, no.
But Bryce Young's terrible.
Bryce Young wouldn't be terrible going to Minnesota though. If you would have put Bryce Young getting drafted by Minnesota, throwing the ball to Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, what's the tight end, TJ
That's fair.
Hawkinson. Like if you went and was like you was gonna give him those weapons, or Stroud ended up having some pretty good weapons, but like you would have put Stroud.
Really,
in
no.
Minnesota.
Stroud made good weapons. Ain't nobody knew
Yeah.
who Stroud's wide receivers were before he got there. Now they're like, oh, they're pretty good.
But like going to Minnesota is like look who you're throwing the ball to, and Kevin O'Connell's an offensive minded coach. Not a lot of times do quarterbacks get drafted by offensive minded
That's
coaches.
true.
JJ and Bo Nix both did tonight.
I won't argue that he went to a great situation, but if you ain't got it, you ain't got it.
Like I thought the Giants was gonna get a quarterback. Who I don't know, but I thought I thought they was gonna get one because Dayball another one of those dudes. Like how I look at JJ McCarthy going with Kevin O'Connell, I would have looked at whoever got drafted by the Giants with Dayball the same way. Like he developed quarterbacks, so you're going to at least a coaching situation. A great, they can find talent. Man, there's so many receivers in this draft. The Giants could have drafted a receiver in the 3rd round and been straight, and he could have turned out to be a star. They still got Buddy from Tennessee last year. Don't count him out because he wasn't an elite rookie. Like we're not gonna act like Buddy just was trash. He was the Biletnikoff winner in college, and like he wasn't an elite rookie. Yeah, he wasn't an elite rookie. Like okay, things happen, but you can't just write him off as being a weapon. They could get another elite receiver in the 3rd round that could turn out being a superstar wide receiver 3 years from now. Like, there's so many things you could have did had they went and got a quarterback, and I would have trusted that. I mean, Dayball developed Josh Allen. Like, he developed him, then they went and got him a star wide receiver when he was ready to win, and they started winning. They didn't win a championship, but they started being a really good team. They had everybody fooled that they could win a Super Bowl. That's how good Dayball had Josh Allen. He had everybody fooled that the Buffalo Bills could win the Super Bowl. So I think he could have had everybody fooled that the Giants got a good, well, not fooled that they got a good quarterback, but he could have had them fooled that they could win the Super Bowl. But there's not a lot of those guys that were drafting quarterbacks either. Like a quarterback going to the Raiders, who they got over there that I think would develop a quarterback. Like you do have Devontae Adams, so that's cool. You get to walk in with a top 5 wide receiver, but you're not going to have that for forever. Who going to develop them? Like Penix to the Raiders would have been weird because who's going to develop them? Jaden Daniels wanted to go to the Raiders really bad.
Yeah.
Hey, Terry McLaurin will be a top 7 wide receiver this year because he actually has a guy who can get him the ball. And he doesn't have a dumbass coach. Well, we don't know if his coach.
We think.
We think. Yeah. We think he doesn't have one.
Say.
Wait, who is y'all coach? Rob?
Dan Quinn.
Another defensive minded guy.
But
You got
Cliff
Kingsbury.
Kingsbury's
Yeah,
their
they got
offensive
Cliff. Oh,
coordinator.
yeah.
I just
Yeah,
found
Cliff-
out yesterday that Bieniemy is in UCLA.
Yep.
Really?
The
Was he the offensive
not even the
coordinator?
ultimate, whatever the reverse of an ultimate bet on yourself. That is the ultimate bet on yourself and lose.
I don't think.
Who
But
lost?
here's the thing, though. I think we knew this about not we, but some people
League.
thought this about Bieniemy. Like, man, it's easy to coach Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Like you look like a genius because he kept not getting
Oh.
jobs, and I'm like,
Jeff,
maybe
y'all
he's
got
not.
Chop Robinson? Y'all got Chop Robinson?
Offense pick Chop Robinson.
Yeah.
What?
What you think about that? The Dolphins picked Chop Robinson.
The fuck you talking about?
Yeah, you picked like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
Missed
I
it.
think.
Oh, I just saw it. I just looked on the ESPN.
All right, he was
app. I
watching
just
Larry
saw it.
Bird highlights.
I
Oh,
was
I
probably
saw that
watching. I was probably
conversation.
watching the end.
7-3 sport game.
I was
I
probably
saw
watching the
Jeff
end
talking
of
about his
the
top
Knicks
10
game.
whites. Jeff was talking about his top 10 whites.
He was
Top
Them
10
things white people.
top
Thought
10
them things
mayonnaise
white
of all
people
time.
like.
he was watching the 86 finals when it was 72-70 with 2 minutes to go.
Bro, that shit happened in the 90s.
That just happened. That only
people
happened
I
like
know.
50 years ago.
Go back and look at the Utah Bulls series and look at
Oh,
the
it's
scores.
awful.
It's embarrassing.
I remember Simmons and what the hell's his name? Ursillo went back and watched them and just listened to them talk about it.
Rewatch the Celtics versus the Lakers in what 2009, 2010 when the Lakers won the championship.
Bro,
It's
wasn't
not-
it like
It
82,
was like
79?
64 to 60 with 6 minutes.
Yep.
Worse is Detroit versus San Antonio. It was 60 to 50 with 5 minutes left. And
Oh.
David Stern was like, all right, enough.
That
Enough.
Piston San Antonio series
That's
one of the
step
worst
back
things I ever
basketball.
watched. One
I'm
of the worst
sorry,
things I ever watched.
I've set back basketball 30 years.
Bro,
They were
you know what's
"We're not
crazy?
doing it no more."
I had loved that series though.
As
When I was a
yeah,
kid,
growing up,
because I
like,
love
oh my God,
the
this is great.
Pistons.
And you
Like,
watch
I
it
like
now,
the-
you're like, oh. You see
I rooted
Rick
for the
Hamilton
Pistons.
taking 29-foot 2-pointers, and it's like, yo, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah, I was rooting for the Pistons, but not like that. It was still I was still a Heat fan, but I like Chauncey Billups and Rip and all them. Like I like that team.
Culture.
Yeah, just call the pick.
Yeah,
already.
it was Like I just like that team.
Speaking of which,
Guess
I know
I'm
we
a
got to. I
culture
know
guy.
we got to get back to the NFL, but like this whole Tatum and Jaylen Brown things, like we're 5 years in doing the same shit. That's all I want to say about that. It's the same shit. You stand over there, I'll do my thing. Well, hold on, I'll
That
take my
team
turn.
is
Like
the Boston Celtics are so
they look,
unlikable.
but they're just they're just the same team.
They're so
It's the
unlikable.
same team.
I hate both teams equally. Like I can't stand the Heat. I cannot stand the Celtics. But seeing the Celtics like implode
Eagles went corner.
is
Yeah.
If
beautiful.
you're
Who'd
gonna
they
have
take?
somebody announce your first round pick, why not have it be the center that just retired?
Oh
I like
no,
the
they
pick,
did
though.
not.
Instead, you go to Milata, who's in Australia.
Oh
No,
my
we've had no.
God, bro.
I'm sorry.
We've
We're
had enough
full
of the Kelseys.
Yeah,
Hold
we're
on.
full of
If I
Kelsey.
see Kelsey one more time, I'm punching
Jesus.
someone.
Hold
I'm
on.
never watching the NFL again.
I'm
The
never.
Eagles just got Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah.
I'd
Remember when
rather
everybody
the
stopped?
Eagles.
Hey, y'all
I'd
remember when
rather the
everybody stopped watching the NFL? That was a weird time.
Yeah.
The
And then
Eagles
the
just
salary
got
cap went up.
Quinyon
Yeah,
Mitchell.
bring that up to your friends. They're like, oh, so I guess we're still watching football, right? We guys.
I had a guy
never-
tell me at work. I said something
we
about the
never
NFL.
stop,
And he goes,
right?
and
I
he
thought
looked
we
at me and
stopped.
he looked at me and he goes, "Oh, I don't watch the NFL." And I went, "Oh, you're one of them."
The Eagles just got Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah, good pick.
I
Terry
can't
gonna
believe
burn him
that
every play.
we got to wait another pick for our Jackie Robinson there, Jeff.
Oh, God,
Our white
Whoa.
corner.
nope.
Jerry,
not.
oh yes, Jerry. I've never rooted for a white person more than this
Jason,
guy. Oh,
Jason
Jerry.
Sehorn. Jason
I
Sehorn.
can tell you this much: if Dallas drafts that
My bad,
corner, I'm
Harry.
ordering the jersey
I'm
tonight.
rooting for
Bro, hey,
Jerry.
hold
Jerry
on,
might
though.
have. He might. There might be pyro going off at Dallas Stadium.
Bro,
They might
if
be pyro
Dallas
going
I-
off.
if Dallas
it is
drafted
Dallas,
Cooper
that's
DeJean,
going viral. For
They're
if
gonna
he
go
Dallas,
down
if he
Cousins at
drafted Cooper
AT&T
DeJean,
Stadium.
if he drafted Cooper DeJean, I would say he nailed the pick. He
Yeah,
nailed
but it's
it.
still funny.
Nailed it.
It don't change the
like
funniness.
we're on
So
every
good.
NFL meme page
Right.
tomorrow.
Hey,
He would
Nailed
nail
it.
it.
Hey, if Bill
Oh, for the wrong
Belichick,
reason.
if
He-
Belichick would have
safety. We
drafted
gonna move
like
him to
Vlad
safety.
McConkey, and if he
I
had
know
retired,
I know the picture I'm using. I already know the picture.
Does
Oh,
Jacksonville
now-
need corner?
Now, if
Jacksonville
the
needs corner, don't they?
if the Cowboys took Lad McConkey at 24, bro, I'm out. I'm gone, bro. I'm a Houston Texans fan. I already know who I'm
A
jumping
white
ship
player
to.
gets drafted by Dallas.
Bro,
A white
if I
positional
ever
player, a white positional player.
who what?
30%.
Bro, we better not. I'm cool with Cooper DeJean, but if we took Lad
Mo, what the
McConkey,
hell?
bro, I'm done.
Lad
What's wrong with that,
Lad
Mo?
McConkey is the ultimate Jerry Jones.
Mo, what's wrong with that? You're drafting me. You wouldn't draft me?
No,
I've got
That's
better
a wild
ankles than
name,
you.
too,
Like
right?
I'd be fine.
you
That's
don't.
a crazy name. Lad McConkey. Come on, that sounds racist as hell, man.
Bro, if we went and got Lad McConkey, I'm going south, bro.
Well, I'm
a
getting that
Houston
jersey
Texans
if it happens.
fan. Nah, I'm a Texans fan. I'm getting a Stroud jersey. Lock it in.
You better rock the McConkey
Hey.
jersey.
I'm gonna get
No.
one of the cheap jerseys out of China, but it's gonna come in spelt wrong. It'll just be
What
Mahomes.
about Japanese?
Just wait until
What about the
just
Japanese?
wait
Ken?
until Fanatics starts making NFL jerseys too.
Oh, Fanatics, they're taking major
They're
L's.
gonna be T-shirts.
You got
Nah,
you got-
Nike.
There's nothing more hit and miss than a Fanatics order.
oh,
Nike.
man,
Yeah, Nike's not gonna let that shit happen again.
Nike
it's so funny
not-
because that place is just up the road from me. So like we get deliveries in like 8 hours. It's crazy.
Bro, y'all don't like Fanatics? Boy, I be on Fanatics.
It's hit and miss. Like sometimes you get a
I've
good
never-
jersey, and sometimes it's like
I've never been failed.
I don't get it. If it's all the same, how are you getting hit or misses? That sounds dumb.
I've never
gotten like a
never
mess up
failed.
order.
no, I've
but
had
their
some bad
whole
stuff.
thing with
I
the
need
baseball jerseys.
Beer.
The baseball jersey.
I never got a bad jersey. I never got
I get bad like hoodies more than anything else.
man, not as long as it's Nike, nah. Now if I get that Fanatics brand
Yeah,
bullshit,
if you get
yeah.
Fanatics,
Yeah,
brand,
that's what I'm talking about. Fanatics
yeah,
is
no.
hit and miss.
Now, I get Nike
get
off of
Nike.
their stuff. I don't. Mm-mm.
I only would get Fanatics stuff because we used to have that partnership where you could get a Fanatics gift card. So I just racked those things up.
Well,
and then
it
with
it don't all be bad
I
though.
pickup.
Yeah, it don't all be bad.
Yeah, because I went a full probably year where I was
Let me
getting
not
like a
poop
$20
on-
gift card every month, and then I would just place like a big order of stuff.
Yeah, let me not poop on Fanatics like all they stuff be bad. Now I done had a couple hoodies that lasted me a couple years
Yeah.
now. That was the
most
Fanatics
my
brand.
Duke
Ohio
stuff
State
turned out
brand.
well, but a lot of the other stuff was not great.
So which wide receiver is in the best position?
What's wide receiver? Marvin Harrison.
Okay.
Oh
Marvin
yeah.
Harrison. What are we talking about? He's catching passes from a Pro Bowl quarterback.
Who?
Marvin Harrison is catching passes
They
from
made it
Kyler
not-
Murray.
they-
Pro Bowl quarterback. Get out of here.
Kyler Murray.
Kyler? Call of Duty?
Wait a minute. What? Who is
We really
Kyler
think
to y'all?
Kyler Murray can still play?
I
Kyler
think
to y'all?
Kyler's fine. I don't think that he's great. I think that he's better than most.
Exactly. He's better than most.
Jack took that 4-1, the dude who
He's
ran.
probably
Marvin
like
Harrison-
he's in like the 10 to 15 range, probably.
So Marvin Harrison Jr. just got drafted to a quarterback who is better than most. So therefore, he is set up
wide
to
receiver
be
to
the
replace
best.
Ridley.
He's set up the best as a wide receiver because he's going to
Mac
the
Jones
best
just got
quarterback.
his wide receiver too.
True.
I think Roma Dunze growing with Caleb Williams though. I think there's something there for.
And
to
there's not
said
going to be a
about
lot of
that, too.
pressure on him the first couple years with Keenan.
Man, they finna
DJ.
put
And he
him.
has, and he has
They
somebody to
finna
learn
put
from.
him in the slot and
Malik
send
Neighbors
him
is gonna be like, damn.
Yeah, Roma
I forgot
Dunze. They
Malik
just
Neighbors even existed right now.
Daniel
But they
Jones
gonna
did too. He's too busy running for a
We
first
got
down.
Danny DeVito at quarterback. Oh,
Dude, this
man.
wide receiver group is loaded.
Ooh, the
Come on,
Jags
Cal.
got Brian Thomas Jr.
Dallas drafted Gene. Let's do it.
I'm going to be
That's
really shocked
We're
if the
getting
Commanders
offensive
don't
line.
fade back up into the
Yeah, we
Let's
probably
do
are.
wide
Go on,
receivers.
Harold.
PJ.
When's the last time? Oh, Rob, this is another one. When's the last time two wide receivers from the same college went in the first round?
Jetta and
2020,
No.
Chase and Jefferson.
It feels like
they
Olave
weren't in the same
Olave
draft.
and Wilson
Same
just
draft
did it.
class.
Oh yeah, Olave and Wilson. Yeah, yeah.
Olave, Wilson, Odell, and Landry.
No, Landry was like a 4th round pick.
Was he?
Yeah.
yeah, it's-
Remember, he's
I
like
thought-
he'll have like 6. He'll have like 95 catches, but like for like 64 yards.
when
That's
he
why
was
he-
with the Dolphins and he had a shit ton of catches, but he had
Yeah, I'm saying he'll have like 99 catches.
he
Oh
had
my
like
God.
Matt Moore and like Tannehill and who else?
Oh,
was-
Matt Moore. Oh man.
Bro, Trevor Lawrence has zero excuse this year, bro.
No, he always like no.
Nah,
4 years.
nah,
They
fam.
give him an excuse every year.
Listen, bro.
He's had an excuse for years.
Nah,
For
bro.
no
He
reason.
has. He
He's
has
gonna get
no
$200 million to be Daniel
They're
Jones.
loaded.
He'll probably get 250.
He has
Be
no
Daniel
excuse,
Jones.
bro. They loaded. He has no excuse. They loaded.
They just
He's
replaced
right.
Ridley, so he should be fine.
That the owner of the team were in a
Where did Ridley go? He went to New England, didn't he?
Patriots. right?
Tennessee. Yeah, okay.
Jim D Hop.
What the hell?
Man.
They just said Joel Embiid has Bell palsy.
Yeah, bro. You ain't see his face,
I saw it, but I was like,
bro.
I was
His
just
eye, bro,
worried
don't
about that he
move.
should have been suspended and banned
Oh,
from the league.
there's that diverse Dallas draft room. Let's go, boys.
Bro, we're picking an offensive line, man.
See, at least they got a token in the back.
back
Hey,
to
Lakers-
Lakers.
Do you think that
Lakers
Jerry
hooping.
Jones puts himself up for Walter Payton Man of the Year every year?
Look at- they got one Uso brother in the back.
Bro, we're picking an offensive line.
That,
man.
that's just Manti. He's still looking for.
Yeah. He's like, I can't stand those kids with them cornrows. No more of that. No more.
I wouldn't be mad if we
He
took
took
Terry
one
and
look at
Arnold.
Mo and just said disgusting under his breath.
Bro, I'm the
fans
best
without
looking.
braids in the stadium. No fans with braids.
Nobody's ever looked at me and said, "Listen, I'm the best looking person at Off the Ball Network," and it's not even close.
Get him out, Cruz.
So nobody looks at me and says disgusting. It's not even close.
Yeah, because they don't look at you from the ankles down.
Man, they don't need to see them. They see them Jordans on my feet. It don't matter.
You can't even take a woman for a walk. Like, what are we talking about?
Ken, you know what's crazy? Right now,
I got the arthritis in my ankles.
Do you want to go for ice cream if we can take my Segway?
I promise you, I would run circles around.
Charge the Segway
right about now.
No. I was there when you tried to run a circle around somebody. It didn't end well. I was there that night.
I got hurt. I got injured. It was raining. It rained. It rained. Most of my other runs ended.
You got taken out by one.
I was the youngest person ever with a touch of the gout.
You got taken out by what 70% of this earth is covered in.
How have you not landed us a hoverboard like partnership at this point?
Because I can walk, I can run, and I'd run circles around you right now. So I'm not worried about it.
Promo code Up in Flames.
I'm not worried about it. I don't ride no Segway.
I can't believe we got 3 Cowboys on here for this pick. This is a monumental event.
Yeah, it's be interesting.
I'll fix that real quick.
I can't wait to see Mo's least favorite player of all time.
We're picking an offensive lineman, so it's like
you got to.
Jeff, we're all really jazzed up to go 12-5 and losing the wild card round. What do you mean?
Like this,
like 30.
That's what this pick
like
gonna
30
help.
in the first round.
This pick gonna contribute to us going 12-5 and losing in the first round. Like that's what this pick gets to do.
20 to an upstart team to the Bears.
You can't make fun of me. I'm already dead inside.
Yeah, I'm completely done. Like
you go 12-5 and then lose to the 7-9
Seahawks.
I know how to bet Dallas every single year. You bet money line on like the Carolina Panthers to beat us, but then we're gonna go and beat the Eagles.
The 8-9 Bryce Young Panthers.
Yeah, we lose like 30-0 to Denver. Like
you bet the over on the wins total, and then you hammer the money line on the road team.
Oh, we trade with the Lions.
What the fuck?
Oh, all right. Well, Mo, you can go now.
We traded down.
They said, a lot of people said we was gonna trade out the first round too. A lot of people were saying that was like a lot of people on Dallas radio.
Oh, you know why? Dan Campbell saw Cooper DeJean highlights.
I knew that's what Dan Quinn got. I mean,
man, I hate that.
It depends. Does he have any grit? Be a gritty guy.
Hey, Dan Campbell would be the one to make that dude a successful corner in the league now.
Remember, we thought the Lions draft last year was ass, and they ended up.
No, we
didn't. They
didn't.
out like bandits last year.
No,
Amari
we didn't.
Gibbs at 12.
I don't know. I read a lot of.
No, yeah, we were hard on the.
Hold on, no.
We couldn't believe they went Gibbs.
Two down middle linebacker.
Hold on, no. I know for a fact I said with the Lions, I said when they walked out of that first round, if you would have just reversed who they picked, nobody would have said nothing. They still nailed the picks. We just didn't like where they got drafted. But they first 3 picks, if you would have just reversed where they were picked, you would have said they nailed all 3 picks. It was just we didn't like that Gibbs went at 12, and then they went and got the linebacker. You felt like if he would have been the second round pick, then it would have been like, oh, they nailed it. I mean, he was the best linebacker in the country. Like they nailed their picks. We just didn't like where they got.
Lions fan Cole Raines hated
walking away from that. Yeah, but walking away from that, them first 3 rounds, I was like, bro, the Lions nailed it.
Cole hated it. Cole was like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I have no idea."
Because they didn't like
2006.
It was
and that tight end wound up being a.
It was where they picked them though.
Tight end.
It wasn't who they picked. It was just where they picked them was the problem.
That was
like taking Jahmyr Gibbs at 12 was like,
Well, wait a minute.
he was the right player for the team, but
Let's
taking him at 12
let's
didn't
also
see.
say that's for last year. If that running back, is done at like a draft really ought to be rated over 2 or 3 year period.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they still drafted a running back that's not going to wind up meaning anything.
I mean,
That's
remember
still going to count
Seattle?
for something.
Remember Seattle's draft a couple of years ago, and we were like, "Oh man, they were incredible in the first year," and then last year it was like they were fine, but like it's not.
Right.
They didn't take like a massive leap in year 2. They kind of just stayed. So I would agree with that.
Yeah, everyone overreacts in the first year and all that. I mean, so like Jeff said, you have to a draft is like year 3. You should like we started to know if this is for real or not.
I think we also call it such a massive win because of the franchise that it was, because Detroit had no success for so
Right.
long that you call it a winning draft class strictly because they had probably the best year in the franchise's history or close to.
That was their best in history. Yeah.
It was up there.
So the Lions got pick 24 and this year's 7th round pick. And the Cowboys got the 29th pick and then this year's 3rd round pick.
Okay, that's fine.
That's actually pretty.
We needed an extra pick anyways.
That's cool then.
Yeah.
It means I'm not ordering a jersey tonight, but it's fine.
Like
But you
we
still
ain't
got the
trade
29th
out of
pick.
the first. That's what I'm saying. We ain't trade out of the first round, so that's
Yeah,
cool.
but I mean, come on. Cooper DeJean's going right now. It's
Well,
Dan
you got the
Campbell.
Rams, so
I hope they get another guy that wears eye black. That's super cool for grown-ups.
that's another thing Jeff hates. Eye black.
Yeah.
We need to
I
use
don't
right
know.
now.
I'm gonna miss watching Leighton Vander Esch with his neck roll. That's just something.
Oh, I
that-
forgot he retired. Yeah, he retired.
I got to retire my Leighton Vander Esch jersey.
Yeah, I did. I get one as well. Maybe I have no idea why. I think Jeff knows why.
Dang, who did the Lions pick, bro? Like,
They still haven't picked yet.
They got to bring out the entire high school. High
Yeah,
school.
that's
oh,
it.
it's in Detroit. I forgot.
Pass kick
Yeah.
and punt recipients or what?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, speaking of which, I'm coaching flag football again, and
Oh, what's our record? What's going on with my franchise?
don't worry about it.
Well,
No. Like, are you Ron Riveraing this, or you like?
Yeah.
Have you already mailed it in?
Do we need to change? I
I signed a 4-year contract. I intend to get
could
those.
fire you, man. I'll pull out. Who got fired? Mark Rick. Mark Rick. That's the wrong coach. Frank Rick, right? I'll fire you like him, man. What's our record?
Cornerback,
2-9?
Alabama.
Another corner that's not
2-6. What the
2
hell
and
is going
6.
on?
What? What are you,
I
Colorado?
don't want a 2. I'm not hanging up a 2-6 banner right there. I'm not
2
doing
and
that.
6.
Why?
Bro,
You need to get off your Dion shit and start coaching like Jim Harbaugh.
Where's the Louis?
you need to be in the portal.
The Louis.
You need to
Oh,
do
that's
that.
that's why I'm moving up to 3rd and 4th grade. I can't coach.
Oh, there you go.
Dang, the Lions got
That's
Arnold.
why I didn't want a Hispanic at head coach.
Also, Mo, if you're in the portal for kids that young, then you end up on the list. So let's maybe not get Cruz in the portal.
Cruz's daughter's going in the portal. Like, what's going on here? He had enough. We're losing. 2-6, Cruz. Come on. Well, how many games we got in the season?
I'm moving up to 4th grade.
Well, if you quit showing the kids Sam Howell highlights, then they would maybe start winning some games.
Oh my
But
God.
here's the thing, though. That goes to my whole point. When they drafted, whatever a team, at some point, a team was like, you know what we're going to do? Draft Sam Howell. And everybody's like, good pick. Good thinking. It wasn't. Like, I don't know why we keep tricking ourselves into thinking that these clowns are going to be
It's so mad.
quarterbacks. They ain't. They are not going to be quarterbacks.
Jeff hates.
Every
At this
year we
point,
got to
I'm
do this.
trying to
with the
figure out
NFL.
if Jeff even likes football.
What position do you like?
When
Is it
Ohio
even-
State
I
was
told you,
the number one in the country, there was no person more mad than Jeff Hunt.
interior linemen, you get a good judge of who they are.
Rankings.
Edge rusher still works.
defensive tackles because they're going to be on the team for a decade.
Seriously, like shit like that, like stuff that you can predict better.
Jeff
The
Hunt's
other
jersey.
quarterbacks ought to be drafted in the 5th round and
Jeff
then taught
just
how to
wants
play
his football
quarterback.
to be like his marriage, stable. He wants stability.
Yeah. It just doesn't make any sense. Like everybody think you don't have to build around a quarterback. You can add a quarterback. You can grow a quarterback. Like you don't have to build a team around a quarterback. If you get lucky and Mahomes drops into your lap, that's awesome.
Seattle did it for a little years with Russell. You know,
That's fine.
Yeah.
Like sometimes it works, but I'm saying all these teams are like, just keep
Jeff,
drafting quarterback.
Mahomes syndrome. It's everybody's like they all want that game changer, franchise changer, and
It's just dumb.
everybody's shooting for that. That's
What
the
is
era
Green-
we live in right now.
What does Green Bay do here?
I don't know. They were
Might
pretty,
go offensive
probably.
line.
Oh no, they got to go with line. You think line or
Yeah, because they
Just
have
that-
all their weapons on offense.
I've been there like guiding.
They don't have a great pass rush, do they?
yeah, they could probably use some impact on.
Didn't they
defense.
just pay Rashawn Gary?
Maybe.
Oh, I missed that. You know, there's another position that doesn't get drafted. Like we don't even talk about linebackers.
Who was the weapon that they added? Because they dropped Jones and then they replaced him with somebody.
Josh Jacobs.
Yeah,
Josh Jacobs, yeah.
which is
Oh.
basically just the same player.
More healthy, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
old running
barely.
backs. That's like another guy. Watch it, McCaffrey. This is pretty much his last season as a McCaffrey. Like he's gonna be he's 28, 29 years old. That's it. Like
And he also has an injury history, so he's one more away from probably being Todd Gurley.
You think Saquon's gonna be good with the Eagles?
Probably.
I kind of do think
Yeah.
he will be.
It'd be kind of hard to fuck it up with that O line. I know they don't have
Yeah.
Kelsey anymore, but
What? Would Kelsey retire? I haven't seen anything about it.
yeah, I don't know if you saw. They have this podcast.
Did you
And
hear
then-
about the Super Bowl ring and he chili? Oh my god!
Oh, you know what? He's on. You know what? He's on the top 10 list. Shit, white people like the
Kelsey brothers.
No, just one of them. No, just Jason.
Well, no, they
Not
they
Travis.
like
They just
Travis
love
though because of
Jason.
T Swift. That like
Yeah, they don't-
now they're coming
Yeah,
out.
but Travis got tendencies. Nah, they're holding out.
I'm a-
Jason.
tendency.
I'm gonna tell you. There's a word in their
They
word for
like
Travis
Travis
Kelce.
because
You ain't lying.
There's
They
a
love
word.
some fat white boys. Woo.
Yeah, they love
Harry-
the hustle.
Harry
Especially when they
Fat.
take their shirt off, they drink a beer that they don't actually drink. They just pour it all over
my
themselves.
goodness. Love it. They love to watch people do shit that other people just would get arrested for.
Yeah,
Just get away. They just love to see them get away with it because they're
they love the
cuddly.
white privilege,
Right.
right?
Just the podcast of just Jeff just rambling off stuff white people do.
number 6.
At number 6.
No, we decided number 3 was just being white. That's
Top
like my
10.
favorite thing.
Yeah, that's a top 3 pick.
Jeff's top
Yeah.
10.
I do this shit at
You
work,
need to
man. They
get-
get so mad.
We need to get Jeff Stewart Walker to do an all-time white draft.
Top 10 whites of the 21st century.
Oh man, that's a
I
That-
call
that-
first
that
overall,
draft's probably
his
out
name
there
is
somewhere.
Donald J.
stop. Stop.
Hold on, if we're number 1 pick,
Stop.
I
Oh,
would
it's
I win the
Leonardo.
draft with that pick. 100%.
Leonardo.
Republican Twitter is going to come out big time with
number
Donald
1
J.
pick, number 1 pick is Leonardo. He's number 1 pick.
Or the turtle.
Yeah. If I ever had the number 1 pick of the top 10 whites of all time, I get Leonardo. I don't care who I get after that.
Oh, that's not a top 10 pick. That's why you're not a part of the draft.
I want Leonardo and Will Ferrell, and we can rock out.
Will Ferrell's
We can
probably
rock
an
out.
honorable mention, yeah.
Wow. Leonardo, Will, based on the draft.
But
who
here's
else
here's
would I
the
get
thing
in
though.
there?
White people, they don't like anybody in Hollywood, so that eliminates everyone in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Because you can't get Leonardo and Brad Pitt.
Luka Doncic is getting drafted.
What you're talking about is people with skin like mine, but you ain't talking about white people because they know they're whites.
Yeah, that's true.
Trust me, it ain't an actor. Mm-mm.
No.
Taking Donald Trump's number one.
Oh, he would be there.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is 2.
Oh, yep.
Oh.
Matt Gaetz is 3.
Matt
Nope.
Gaetz.
You see, this is why you guys aren't a part of the draft. Jeff,
Larry
look
Bird.
this up.
Larry
Look
Bird's
this
still
up on
top
the
10.
side.
Larry Bird is
Jason-
still top 10.
Jason Whitlock 4.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, he might be number 1 to be honest.
They
you know
drafted
what?
Whitlock.
You might be right.
Clay Travis.
Whitlock.
Travis.
AB is so uncomfortable. AB's like, I did not sign up for this. What is happening?
I honestly think if I'm drafting, like I'm catering to one group and we know what it is, they wear a red hat, and I'm taking home this draft.
Well, you can get Elon. Elon, you got to grab Elon.
No. We don't actually like Elon.
They wavered on him because they're like, I think I'm
He's
supposed
trying to
to.
steal all our information. We don't like that.
Elon's kind of iffy. Yeah, I don't think he's unanimously
Their all-time favorite athlete, Babe Ruth, Larry Bird.
Mickey Mantle.
Dana White isn't even an athlete, but we throw him in there.
Oh man, they love him some Joe Rogan.
The golfer, they love
John Daly.
John Daly.
John Daly's
there you
good.
go.
Dude,
There you go.
don't even. I
Yeah.
almost got in a fist fight at work because somebody said
Damn.
somebody said John Daly's probably actually a born like a better natural golfer than Tiger Woods. I lost my ever loving mind that day. So now every day they trigger me by just bringing up some kind of John. It's either they bring up Larry Bird or John Daly just to fuck with me every day.
You know,
I was like,
Jeff's
John
kid-
Daly, like, I can't.
Oh, Tucker Carlson.
Oh,
Yeah, Tucker.
Tucker
That's a
Carlson.
top tier white right there.
Chris, why did you steal my last round pick?
Hold on, who
Trying
the
to
other
keep that one
one?
out
I'll
under
trade you.
wraps.
How about
I
this?
had
We'll
Donald,
trade.
I had
Talking
Joe.
about Sean
Who's the
Hannity?
other one? No,
John-
Ben
Ben
Shapiro.
Shabibo.
Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, Ben Shabibo.
Candace Owens.
And Owen, she's on.
Candace Owens.
dude, they love.
Candace Owens. They
Feels
love
like we
her.
got
Candace
off track.
Owens.
That feels like we got off track. That's on me.
The draft.
That's on
The
me.
draft's
this
on
is
the
our-
point where it's
This
like,
is
all
our
right.
last show.
Well, we're at the
together,
point of
guys.
the draft where, yeah, let's run out the 9-minute clock that they have for every pick because we're really
Yeah, you
sweating
know
out.
what? Here's the thing. I
Oh, I
understand that they got a schedule now and they've kind of figured this out because it used to be 15 minutes and it was horrible. But here's the opposite now. Nobody drafts early.
No.
Like, feel free if you know, go ahead at 3 minutes in, just go ahead and throw it out there.
Bro, they let the Bears sit there for 5 minutes.
They've had their picks.
It's all
since-
for production. They got to sit there and talk about Caleb Williams for 7 minutes and then be like, "Oh, I wonder if it's going to be Caleb." Probably.
But here's the thing about players, and this is why, like, when you guys ask, like, when you're like, honestly, like, who I pick, because you can just kind of like go through the motions and be a good player at a lot of positions. Quarterback ain't one of them. That's why, like, until I got you in practice, I got you in the film room, I'm talking to you. I don't know if you want to be I don't think Caleb Williams really cares if he plays NFL football. I'm not even saying as a negative. I just don't think he cares. Like, I don't care about my job. I still do it. But I don't think quarterback's one of those things that you can do that. I think you got to be kind of a crazy
But
person.
But that's the thing. Like, we cannot like our jobs, but we do it. But
That's what I mean.
And
So
then
can a
out there-
defensive lineman, offensive lineman, like the decision makers and all that.
can
Like,
you be
you really,
successful in that in sports?
I
and
just-
not care?
Yeah.
I just don't know.
The way we can do our job and still be good at it,
Yeah.
but like, yo, I don't care about my job.
I'm always scared of
yeah.
excuses too. Like, I'm always scared when they
After-
build in excuses.
Those are literally half the athletes in every sport that you can.
Yeah,
you
I
treat
know.
it like
I
a
totally
job.
agree.
Like, you treat
I
it as
agree.
a job. You go to work.
that's what I'm
you
saying.
know,
If we-
you
if
don't
we
go home,
drafted
you don't
quar-
bring it home. Like, do you think
No,
you could be successful as an athlete just
Yeah.
doing it from
But if-
9 a.m. to 5?
not as
9
a
to 5,
quarterback.
and that's it. And you don't.
That's
I'm
what I'm
with
saying.
Jeff,
Don't you
not
think
as
if we started
No, but
drafting
as a
them
receiver,
later,
yes.
and wouldn't you be able to weed some of that out, like in year 2, and be like, "Oh, this guy don't want to play quarterback," and you didn't bank the franchise on somebody wanting to play quarterback.
A
'Cause
wide
nobody's going to tell
receiver-
you.
A wide receiver could treat football like a job. And
Absolutely.
just out there on the field. Justin Jefferson can treat it like a 9 to 5 and walk out there on the field and still be the best playmaker on the field every Sunday. A quarterback can't. You got to do the extra work.
I
you
totally agree.
work. You got to work when nobody else want to work.
And I think
then
to guess that a
Brady-
guy wants to do that is it's just hard to do.
And I think a lot of the guys that don't succeed, we don't talk about it enough. They don't want to do it. Like there
you gotta
comes
be
a point in
psycho
time
to
where it
be
gets too
that
hard.
great.
Yeah.
You have
Bro, look
psycho.
at every successful quarterback in NFL history. All of them are like sick.
Yeah.
Even like you talk to Dan Marino now about football, bro. That man's still sick, and he's like closer to death than he is alive. But when he talks about football, you're like, oh yeah, this dude's sick. Like, it's just you're not right.
That's what I'm saying. And
Like a
my point is,
UFC
I don't
fighter.
know how you scout that in a couple months on a 21-year-old. So I'm saying, like, let's draft these guys a little later and then figure it out and be like, oh, because he'll start standing out. Like once you get through a mini camp and stuff, you're like, oh, this dude, he's going to stick around. Like he wants to be a player. But if you take him first, if you take Jamarcus Russell, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, this guy really don't care if he plays football or not. It's too late. Now
They
you can't
must
go
have-
back and
when they took
repick.
Jamarcus Russell, there had to be people like the first day they're like, oh my god, we made him. We told them not to draft him, and this is and
You know what?
we're already seeing it after day one. Like
You know who you want to blame on Jamarcus Russell is Notre Dame, because he had that great game against a terrible an overrated Notre Dame team, and I think it was a Sugar Bowl, and looked like the best quarterback ever. But anybody that like knew the true Notre Dame was like they're not that good. You just keep saying they're good because of their helmet, and so they're like, man, Jamarcus Russell cut up Notre Dame. He must be great, and they overdrafted him.
I want to see
sorry ass
the
Notre
footage
Dame
from the draft room.
Well, Jeff, you remember though at that pro day workout though when he got on that one knee and launched it like 80 yards.
And that's if you care about it, and
Yeah.
also care about pro days. What are we doing?
Yeah, but back then though, that I'm not
Back
saying
then,
like,
pro days were like
back-
yo,
But they were
back then,
wrong.
though,
They were wrong about Ryan
obviously,
Leaf, Jamarcus Russell, like on and
No,
on.
I'm just
and
saying.
on.
A dude getting on one knee and throwing the ball 80 yards was unheard of back then. Now I
Oh, no,
think there's
no,
probably
all the
5
talent in the world
quarterbacks
was there.
that
That's
can
what I'm
do
saying.
that
Like,
now.
but
He
but
just
if
had
you
no
draft him
head-
this,
yeah, no.
draft him
head
in the 6th round. If he wants to be a quarterback in a couple years, he's a quarterback. He's fine. It's
And
fine.
remember the rookie wage scale
It
was
was
like
different.
$80 million. They were getting like $70 million guaranteed. Nobody wanted to trade it up. There was no guys trading. They're like, I don't want to be in that.
Yeah, it was a punishment then. Yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
think he
it's
got
a
like
little
10
better now. It is better
Rookie
now. It is
quarterback
better.
sitting
now.
at
A
a
lot better
rookie
now.
mini camp for that.
I don't know. You just can't learn enough about a guy if you're going to put this much on him, especially what quarterbacks have now because of the way they're protected and stuff. They're throwing 50 times a game. They got the whole offense is on their shoulder. You can't hide them anymore. Even though the Vikings think that you can just go play action,
My thing with the Bears is the
fuck that
coach.
plan
Like,
is.
if he's a lame duck coach, why didn't you just fire him and just get a new coach?
Who?
The Bears coach, Eberflus. He's a lame duck. I think he's in the last year of his deal, right? Or has one more year left on his deal, and we know he's already like on the hot seat. So what if they're 5-12 and you want to fire him? Now you're going to get a new coach. Now you're going to set back your quarterback who just took the number one. You think he's a franchise, and get a whole new coach.
He doesn't. Nothing about Williams says that he wants to be that type of guy, like that he wants to be the franchise guy. He seems like a guy that wants to be a quarterback, but like whatever. Like, well, you know what? He seems like a guy that like would have played for the Ravens when like Ray Lewis was there. Ray Lewis ran the team. Everything went through Ray Lewis. The quarterback could just be there, mind his business, do his job, whether he played good or bad. Like nothing about Williams says that he wants to be the face of the Chicago Bears. I just don't see it.
Edge rusher for the Cardinals.
I think Caleb Williams more so.
Robinson, yeah.
He comes off as like he's more so falling in love with the Hollywood side of being a star athlete but I don't think so. It's the way he comes off though. Like
So
he
they
does
send
come
him to
off.
He also played at USC. I mean, that's
Yeah, like he comes
that's
off
fine though. That's what
very
I'm saying. Like,
Hollywood.
liner.
go to the
Bush-
Rams. Keep doing it. Yeah, put him in a place that they'll thrive. Like, you know what we should do? We should put him in Chicago. Boy, he's gonna love going to Lambeau in January. He's gonna have so much fun.
Yeah. Well, then we'll know if he loves it. Actually, we might know if he loves it because going to Lambeau in December is not fun.
And he might. That's what I'm saying. But I'm not even saying don't draft him or anything. I'm just saying, like, I don't know why we got to be like, oh, it's got to be number one. No doubts about it.
But
Like,
we know
what if we
quarterbacks-
just stop
everybody-
doing that? What if we just
That's never
stop
gonna-
doing that?
Just never
Yeah,
gonna
but
happen.
even still, Caleb Williams still probably going number one, even if we stop doing
You
that.
have to
What
take
was
him
it?
number one. You have to.
What Would you see the percentage over the last like few years of the quarterbacks that were drafted by a team that are on a different team? It's like
it's
all
like
of them.
40%.
It's crazy.
Yeah. But
Bill's gotta
everybody,
be drafting.
everybody wants their shot to take their Patrick to get that guy.
And you know what the safest pick? You know what the safest pick in the draft is as far as longevity with your team is offensive line.
100%.
They did a little hit rate thing, and how they considered it a hit draft pick is that you re-sign them after their rookie contract was up. And O-line, 93% of offensive linemen drafted in the first round since 2000 re-signed with.
You can. They're easier to scout because you get so many more reps because they're they're in every play. Like you think a quarterback is, but if you really look at it, between everything they do, like screen passes and shit, like you can't factor that in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like for instance, JJ McCarthy threw 5 passes last year. Like it's hard to judge a guy on that. Michael Penix threw too many. Michael Penix threw so many passes that they're like, nah, he must not be good at it because he threw so many good ones. It's a weird way to judge quarterbacks.
Well, y'all got the Bills to get drafted.
Replacing Diggs.
Yeah, what, A.D. Mitchell?
Ooh.
They have no receivers, right? They're all
Yeah,
gone.
their wide receiver one is not good.
I can't think what it is.
Well,
Gabe
I
because
guess.
I think Gabe
True.
Davis left, didn't he?
Yeah,
They
Gabe
could
Davis
go
with
get
the
Lad
Jacksonville.
McConkey.
Be honest with you, even if Gabe Davis was there, I'd still.
That's
not
what I
good.
mean.
think
Like
it's
the
fair
fact
assessment.
that he's not even wide receiver one is
Man, if you want me to be honest, if they smart, they go get Keon Coleman.
Oh, I
That's
like
what they
that.
do.
Yeah.
Forget
I
the
like that.
testing numbers. Listen, forget the testing numbers. First off, he made up for it on his pro day. Second off, I don't care. I seen what that man do on the field one-on-one against corners on a
Mhm.
Saturday afternoon. I don't care
I
about none of
agree.
that other stuff.
I
He's
think
just as
they're
good,
afraid
if
of
not
big wide
better than
receivers
everybody else left.
turning into Kelvin Benjamin. I think that's the issue with big wide receivers like that.
I mean, that's cool, but you
Keon's
know
not
what?
that big.
You know what? First off, he ain't that big, and second off, you know what? If we just gonna keep letting one little failure, man, listen, Keon Coleman.
You know how
is
teams are.
cool, bro.
And
I
he
don't
went
care
to
what
state
Walker
school,
come in here
went to
talking about.
Florida
Man,
State.
remember Kelvin Benjamin? That's crazy.
Kelvin
He got
Benjamin
hurt
was
though,
nice,
didn't he?
though.
That guy had a
He got hurt,
Burger
though,
King
didn't
deal
he?
before NIL.
I thought you were going to say
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say Corey Coleman. I thought that was where we were
What?
going with that.
What?
He's the one who asked for a trade on Hard Knocks, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't trade me? And they traded him.
Did the Browns not pick in the first round?
Nah, they
Nah.
traded them all for Watson, right?
Benjamin Watson.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Good job, Browns.
The Chiefs just traded up to the Bills spot, so the Chiefs came up for somebody.
Quarterback,
They
right?
can't take a receiver.
Quarterback.
Yeah, I heard they're taking a quarterback out of
take the receiver.
Toledo.
I mean, has Xavier Worthy been picked yet?
Nah, not yet.
No.
Have fun, folks. That's who's going there.
I like that pick.
He's
I
gonna just
think
go
he-
in there and just take Tyreek's spot and just
Oh,
run his
man.
4,
I
2
I was
something.
just gonna say he's gonna
Worthy
go in
is
there and
Worthy
just,
is
he's just
All I
gonna
have to
run
do is I
go
ran
route.
4-2-1, whatever,
Yeah.
right?
He's gonna go to Kansas City and just run go routes.
and love it.
Yeah,
And
he's gonna be-
return punts.
He's gonna be very successful.
Or do
at
that
it.
weird kickoff stuff.
Yeah.
Like as long
Let's
as
not
he
forget
can hold
about
on to the ball, he's gonna be very
Right, the kickoff
successful at
rule,
it.
right?
I haven't listened to the broadcast, but I can't wait till they start talking about how like, oh, maybe this team ought to take a chance on a kick returner because of the new rules.
Oh, remember they used to do that. They used to just draft kick returners. Like
I'm
Davon
surprised
Austin.
the
Yeah.
Bills traded with the Chiefs though.
Depends. I'm sure they got a little bit more because of it.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, everybody's saying this is Xavier Worthy.
I like
Yeah,
him
because
a lot.
I haven't seen anything. I was driving home, so I've missed everything since like last I saw. I guess was the Lions taking Terry and Arnold.
Hey, I know this is like way late, and I'm sure y'all saw it, but y'all know like Arthur Blank was pissed about that Michael Penix pick.
Yeah, that video was crazy. That was literally the draft day scene. He
Dog,
rolled up in there and put his hand on the table and had his GM explain to him what the fuck he just did.
bro, yeah.
No, I
Joe
didn't see
Ford
that.
Oh,
smiling.
Jeff, you got to see the video.
He's literally, and you can see his blood boiling. Like
Yeah,
he's ready
Xavier
to fire
Worthy
him
going
right
to
there.
Kansas City.
Wonder who he
hired-
wanted.
And Arthur Blank, didn't he just hire what's his
Not a
face as the head
quarterback.
coach? Uh-oh.
Oh, Atlanta, they're going to go up in flames.
Dang. Yep, Kansas City got Worthy.
Yeah, I mean that was the most obvious thing ever.
That's awesome. I mean, as far as a pick, that's a good pick.
I mean he's going to be awesome there. He'll do really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he going to be – well,
Because
okay,
all
so
you
that
need,
just –
all you needed was Andy Reid scheming open the fastest 40-yard dash in the history of the NFL Combine.
Yeah,
my
no
answer
shit.
to the question earlier has changed. It's now Xavier Worthy.
Oh, best wide receiver.
We said what wide receiver drafted is in the best position. It's Xavier
It's
Worthy.
not. It's definitely worthy.
The guy catching passes from Patrick Mahomes, bro. like Marvin Harrison I think him and Kyler Murray gonna do some good things, but the guy catching passes from Patrick Mahomes is definitely set up a little bit better.
Yeah, it's
How many
75
touchdowns
catches,
AB,
20 touchdowns.
Vito to Neighbors. How many touchdowns that gets this year? One?
Who, Malik Neighbors?
DeVito to
6.
Neighbors.
Oh, DeVito to Neighbors? Never mind, no. I would say Danny Dimes gets him 6.
Danny Dimes gets him a half.
Although I will say, like, Odunze's got a pretty cushy situation getting to go in and take the third best corner on every team since
Yeah.
they've already got other guys there.
Yeah.
I said they're gonna take him. They're gonna put him on the outside and put Keenan Allen in the slot one day and just let Odunze just go deep on somebody's third best corner.
Well, and you've got
And he's
and then
gonna
DJ
have like
Moore's
3
got your
catches, 110 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
DJ Moore's got your other outside. Like that's a pretty good little receiving core there.
Yeah, they set up like Odunze set up to grow with his quarterback too.
And
Like,
Kmet, and then you've got Kmet, who's like at least an above average tight end.
and you got DeAndre Swift, who's a threat in the pass game, like in the screen game.
They've always had good screen catching backs. Tariq Cohen was really good for a while. Like they've always had those little scat backs.
Forte was catching like 90 passes. So,
Khalil Herbert.
Khalil Herbert, yeah.
Khalil Herbert not bad. I mean, they got him and Swift. Like they got
That
something
offense.
cooking.
The offense is going to be good. I mean, it'll be good. And that
Like
defense
Caleb
in that
Williams has
division
no
aren't good.
reason to be. He has no reason to be a bad rookie. Like he won't be a bad rookie.
No, that's
Well,
a
the-
good,
Just off the
an actual good situation.
The defenses in that division are bad. Like Detroit's a good team, but their defense wasn't good. Like their offense was really, really good. Minnesota's just bad, period. And then Green Bay's defense was okay. But it's not like it was like just like this top 10, top 5 defense. I mean, they did fire their defensive coordinator after all.
You probably take the over in the majority of NFC North matchups.
Yeah, I mean, I said it already. I said it a few weeks ago that I was going to bet whatever the Bears were to win the division because I know they'll probably be third. I'll probably bet the Bears to win the division.
Hey, I do think it's wild though that the Bills traded back to let the team that's constantly in their way jump up and get the
a
wide
good
receiver they want. And
they
you
don't have.
also need a wide receiver. But you just let the team that you can't beat in the playoffs get the guy they want by trading with you. I think that's weird.
They
they
just
want
they,
Josh
they,
Allen. They just
they
doing everything.
baited the Bills again.
Like if I'm the Bills, like hell
That is
no.
weird.
Y'all better call somebody else, bro. Even if
This
we
is why
don't take the
New
receiver,
York doesn't claim Buffalo. This is why we don't.
even
claim
if we don't take the receiver that you want, just off the strength of the fact, no, we're not going to be the reason why you get the receiver that you want. No, not when you stand in our way. Hell no.
I don't think the Bills are viewing it as based off of the offseason that they had. They probably think they just have to revamp over a couple of years to take a real shot
Man,
at
you
Mahomes
can't.
again.
Doesn't
You
it feel
can't
like
think.
every single year we come back from the Chiefs draft pick just being like, oh shit, like how did we do this? Like how did this end up?
How did we let them pick this guy at 20, whatever?
It
Yeah.
feels
Yeah,
like
they picked
other
a
than
whole-
Clyde Edwards-Helaire, that's been the case for the last.
They
few.
picked a whole defense a couple years ago and won a Super Bowl. Like what the?
Yeah.
They did get Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
All right, here comes my Cooper DeJean pick.
Man, we got Tyler Guyton, man. That's why we traded back. We was gonna get him when we got
I don't
him.
even care if
I
we
really
need him.
don't
I just want the jersey.
Mo, how are you 5 minutes ahead of everyone?
Man, they just be tweeting them.
Yeah.
Schefter.
My
Rob,
favorite
Rob,
pick.
Rob, kick him out. Kick him out. We
No,
knew
but
the
this-
rules
I'm-
all night long. It was not
8
tipping,
minutes.
tipping picks.
We
8
had a good
minutes
thing
away.
going until you showed up.
Oh, I didn't know.
You ruined it. Now we can
Oh,
vision.
yeah.
Also, you're
We had a
one of those
whole
guys you
Woj
can't
and
even
Schefter
wait for it to
conversation.
pop up on the TV.
Me saying that Tyler Guyton going to the Cowboys just changed the whole reaction that Roger Goodell was gonna get. Yeah, let's jump up and down. Woo! We got offensive linemen. We needed them. I mean, that was gonna happen.
How about the Titans taking the guy they could have traded back 5 spots and still gotten? That's always smart.
Who did the Titans get?
J.C. Latham.
Man, I ain't never mad at a team getting offensive linemen though. Like,
Why'd you have to tip the pick?
Pins mad. Like,
are you like really hell bent on?
Yeah,
I mean, when
I
you
was,
make it
I
to
was
29
content on
out of
waiting
32.
for all of us to be
We
able
just
to
had
wait
a
for
whole
the pick and
segment
then
about
discuss
this,
it.
Maurice.
We had a whole Woj conversation.
Xavier Worthy is the happiest person in America.
Really is. That's a great spot.
I mean,
That's
good.
He
Bro,
should just
he's
size up a
literally-
Super Bowl ring right now. Just get it ready to go.
all you know what's crazy is like we've tried to think like it's Sky Moore or one of these guys. Man, they found their Tyreek Hill. I'm not saying he's gonna be as great as Tyreek Hill, but they found their Tyreek Hill for that offense.
Well, and the crazy thing is, it's not like he's coming from like the middle of the MAC or something like that, where he's just really fast. Like, nah, that's a legit Power 5 receiver that's had legit
Yeah.
production, and he just also happens to be really, really
He
fast.
was really good last year.
And them Big 12 receivers be good in the NFL. Like they go to the NFL and be good.
This receiver draft is crazy. Like it
A
seems
lot
like
of
a bunch of
receivers.
can't misses. Like a bunch of can't misses.
Like a lot of when you drafted them, you can't be mad at drafting that wide receiver because
Yeah.
you're like, yeah, all of these dudes got tape. That's like, God, these dudes
Oof.
are good. And they're all Power 5 guys. Outside of Malachi Corley, pretty much everybody else that's considered top 10 wide receivers are Power 5 guys. So you know they went up against pretty much elite competition every weekend.
Yeah.
And you got to see them. Like, you got to see most of these guys,
Yeah.
especially, like,
Right.
we were introduced to Roma
Right.
Dunze and them this year. Like, we got to see that high-octane offense.
Who's the
I watched,
guy? Is Polk in
Texas
this
the
draft?
past 2 years.
He's coming out too, isn't he?
Who?
Polk from
Yeah, he's
He's
in
Washington.
the draft.
late
Yeah,
first round, early second round pick.
Yeah. They think
I
he's
thought
a
he was
day
in the
two.
draft though.
My only
I mean,
rule
there's-
for first round receivers is don't draft a receiver in the first round who is the second best receiver on his own team. Like, make sure you go take the best guy on a team. Like the Jags pick will probably work out. It'll probably be fine, but you just wonder how, like, if he comes in and you expect him to be the best receiver on an NFL team and he's never had to
and
carry
he
that
wasn't
load
the
before,
best. Yeah.
Oh look,
and
the
then you
Cowboys
take him in
took
the
an
first
offensive
round,
lineman.
like. There's
Yeah,
obviously
it's-
exceptions to that rule, though. Like, but that's just kind of generally the goal, or at least in my head, it would be like. But now we don't have anything to talk about because Mo tipped the pick, so we can't even like give guesses.
Oh, where's the? I have to. But wait, hold up.
Hey Mo, who do the Dolphins draft in 2028?
Well, Woj just talked to Schefter. They're coordinating it. Do you want to just tell me who Baltimore takes in San Fran, and then I can get the fuck out of here? Or
Nah, I don't know who they take.
okay, I just had to double check.
You're
Does
acting like
Baltimore go receiver again?
No.
Might need unless they get some size, maybe.
They go like, do they need O-line help?
They typically just go best player. They try to get the
Usually
best
works out for
value.
him.
You can do
That's how they
that at
wound up with
third.
Kyle Hamilton. That's how they wound. I mean, it just
I really wish I had been a fly on the wall in Atlanta's like war room tonight.
That would have been really fun.
it was a. I mean, it was a weird pick.
Well, like you fully guarantee a 4-year contract to a veteran quarterback and then draft a quarterback in the first
Draft a
round
quarterback.
who won't be like Kirk's contract when it ends. Penix will be almost 30.
Jeez, that's true.
Like it'd be one thing if it was like, hey, we took the like super young 20-year-old quarterback.
We
who
took Quinn
somehow got
Ewers.
eligible.
Yeah.
Yeah, like no, they took. Yeah, I mean, they took the guy who's going to be 20. I think I saw he was going to be like 28 and a half whenever Kirk's contract was up. So he's going to be almost to the end of his career by the time you even consider an extension.
It was weird.
There were so many good players available at that point, too. Like that team couldn't rush the passer last year. You're telling me that you couldn't have taken a pass rusher there?
I think they should have went defense. Something. They needed so many games came down to like, if we could just, I don't know, tackle somebody, that would
Their
help.
defense was better last year, but they couldn't get any pressure. Like that was the big thing. Like, and if you let NFL
Everybody
quarterbacks
could
these
come back
days-
on them.
Yeah, and if you let NFL quarterbacks these days just sit back there, they'll pick you apart. Like, I mean, you've got to be able to bend a little bit or get some push in the middle. That's why like Cleveland is so competitive all the time, is because their pass rush is so good that you really can't like do anything complicated or dynamic against them because they're gonna just blow it all up. Like
They were a menace last year. If they'd have had,
anybody on offense,
they were so close.
That's been the thing with them is the offense has been so bad.
Yeah.
And that's why they don't fire Stefanski, because it's not a scheme problem. It's literally a player acquisition problem.
It's a personnel thing.
Yeah. And, like they had an elite offensive line there for a while, too. It was literally get a good quarterback and some good weapons, and you will be a contender.
And I honestly thought the game that he got hurt, Watson, was like, maybe he's turned the corner and then he's out for the season.
Well, now he's in Saudi Arabia, and that's going to fix everything.
Oh, he'll be fine. That nothing can go wrong there.
No,
nothing go wrong with having $300 million in Saudi Arabia.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
And they were giving him like standing ovations.
I just watched the video of Arthur Blank and the GM.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's literally like the scene from Draft Day when the owner gets off the plane.
It's like it really is like draft. It's
like Draft Day. He walks in and he's like,
He
would not
looks like-
surprise me if the first words out of his mouth were, "You son of a bitch."
The owner looks like the owner from Draft Day too.
He looks like him.
Yeah, he does.
The Blank is pissed.
That's great.
He hasn't been the same as Michael. He hasn't been the same as Michael Vick.
I wonder if the Falcons GM also has an intimate relationship with the secretary, and that's why he's not fired yet.
Or his niece. We're not sure. We're not sure what
We
that
really don't know
relationship
that
was.
story, right? We don't know if that's really.
Yeah, we covered some of that earlier. The incest amongst the Cleveland Browns staff.
Would you put it past him at this point, man? Like,
no.
It is a very Browns like things they do in that film.
My favorite part of that movie is the hardcore football weirdos coming through and.
Did nobody? No, am I the only one that saw old girls tatas hanging out, or is that? I don't know what feed y'all watching.
No, I didn't see it.
No, I didn't see that.
See, Mo,
wrong channel, Jeff.
Mo, I know who the Ravens picked.
Right,
But
Jeff.
I'm not going to announce it because I don't want to ruin the show.
All right.
No,
It's
go
on the
ahead.
ESPN
Fuck
app.
it.
It
We're
wasn't
already
announced
4
yet.
hours in.
It wasn't announced yet. It's on the ESPN app.
Oh, I
They
don't
be
know. I have
behind.
no feed.
Oh, I'm just on the It's on the ESPN app.
Mo, is the Heat going to beat the Celtics?
No. No. We got our game. We maybe get one more if we're lucky, but we got our game. We make it more respectable.
Is there any chance on earth the Celtics can beat the Denver Nuggets?
No. No, that's another no.
I don't get why
They'll get
people
a
don't
game.
think like people keep penciling in Denver into the NBA Finals.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
that's
nah,
I
man.
like-
I'm like, nah, man.
they're
Have y'all
barely
watched
beating the
Minnesota
Lakers.
lately? Have y'all watched Minnesota?
No, Minnesota.
The
I've
Lakers
been
are
has been fun to watch.
Denver's barely beating the Lakers, so I don't know why.
I know, and
people
the
are-
Lakers are gonna beat them tomorrow night because Game 3 down 2-0 at home is always.
I agree. It's only because of the 7-game series thing that I think. I just think Denver will just keep winning it. Like I agree, especially Minnesota. Minnesota at their best looks. I'm like, oh shit, the best
maybe
team
the
I've
most
ever seen.
physical team in the playoffs.
Oh, hey, the Nuggets lead in the third quarter. I'm shocked.
Never
But the
fails.
fucking like I watched Orlando today. I'm like, oh, it's the best team I've ever seen. But for one game, the Nuggets are just
The Cavs' problem is that they're so poorly coached, and that's a really large statement amongst all of the other bad.
Yes,
coaches
as
in
many
the
bad
NBA,
coaches
that when
as
you
there
are
are.
the worst. Like when you are by far and away the worst amongst all the bad coaches in the playoffs, like that's a problem. He got out coached by Tom Thibodeau last year. Like got put in a blender by Tom Thibodeau.
Hey,
Hey man, I'm a Knicks guy. You know I love the Knicks. Come on now.
Yeah, he didn't just get out coached. Like he got put in a blender.
Yeah.
Oh, JB, yeah, he got it.
Yeah, Chris, we can talk about at some point why Jaden McDaniels should guard Jokic in a 7-game series, and they should just let that be the move.
Oh man, I'm
not
here
even
for it.
joking.
Like
puts
they
people
would
in
put
one.
him, they'd throw him in the post, and you could double and do some different stuff, but or just just try to make his life hard. But God, the length and the athleticism would be so much. He would have such a hard time. But you can't just let him fry Gobert for 7 games again.
Oh, Anthony Davis acting like how he should be.
What, trash?
No, he had just a nice post move, but it's like, dude, why don't you do that more?
I'm gonna catch y'all later. I gotta go.
See you, man.
I love that the Knicks had no game plan in the series for Joel Embiid.
Yeah, he clipped us.
He's clipped him like all 3 games while being
With
hurt.
balls palsy.
With balls palsy. He dropped
Yeah.
50.
That's a flex.
Here's the thing though, as a more like between in that series, more of a neutral fan. I'm just glad that it's like a good series and it's heated. They hate each other.
Him and Brunson went at it today.
Yeah, I love it. I love seeing the
I'm
fact that,
enjoying
like,
just
it's-
You gotta remember, Jeff, New York and Philly is like a legit
oh, I know.
Yeah,
rivalry.
and I
And it's like
love,
just the cities
loving it.
alone. That's a rivalry.
I'm loving it.
but like in this series though, like it could be one of these teams could be very bad. Like the Knicks could be very elite as a 2 seed, and the Philly could be really bad, and they don't give you the series that they give you.
Right.
Miami and New York's a rivalry. Miami, New York, Indiana's a rivalry. The only one's like Milwaukee's not, but like that's what's good about
Is what's the worst series? Milwaukee, Indiana, or probably Cleveland, Orlando, right?
Cleveland, Orlando. That's on NBA.
As far as just
TV,
like
right?
is let me know
If
when
you're on
it's
NBA
over.
TV, we know how they feel about
No,
you.
not in Ohio.
It was
We had
Cleveland,
to borrow our friend's app just to watch it because of our
Yeah.
zip code. We can't even watch it on NBA TV. And then my
It
wife's
was
like,
Cle-
my wife gets her
Cleveland.
friend's app, sits down, we start watching it, and we're 5 minutes in, and she's like, "Well, this is over." I'm like, "Yeah, it is. You can tell. You know it is. You can tell."
Yeah. You know her. Sometimes you know early.
Yep.
A lot of times those game 3s at home when you're down, like when you're down 2-0, teams just clip you. They play their
100%.
absolute
That's what
best
I
game,
told her. I'm like, this is a
That's
wrap.
kind of what happened with the Knicks and Philly. Like we knew we were never gonna
Banchero put that first one through 3-point. I was like, this is a wrap. And it
Especially that-
was.
Orlando's, they haven't been in the playoffs in a little bit, so
Yeah.
Orlando used to be that 8 seed that they would just sneak into the playoffs, and it's like, why are you doing this just to get swept?
Yeah.
Now they have like a real team.
Yeah, and then we all freaked out when they hit that late clock shot to beat Toronto up there one year, and they got
yeah, and everybody freaked out. I was like, yo, dude,
and then they got beaten 5. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
That's what remember the Nets did that before they got KD and Kyrie. They won Philly. They played Philly.
Yeah.
They beat them game 1, and then they lost 4 straight and all that. People got they got worried and all that.
But I tell you what, when the first rounds used to be best of 5, that shit was tense. That made it fun.
I wish it would go back to best of 5 first round.
Because if you lost that first one, like it wasn't
This
automatic
Philly
anymore.
Knicks
Like,
game right now, we wouldn't have been this way. It'd be completely different.
Yep.
Because you could lay back if you're up 2-0. You're like, all right, going back to on the road, we might not go crazy.
But I don't think Cleveland can do that. I don't see it.
Yeah, I kind of think Cleveland will get the next one.
I hope so for my wife's sake.
Yeah, I think
but
Cleveland wins this series.
sometimes they act like a bunch
they have
of
the
chumps.
best matchup.
Yeah, I feel like Cleveland will get one I feel like they'll win it in 5 or 6. And if it gets to 7, like I don't think Orlando's walking into Cleveland in a game 7. And
They're not. Cleveland's not going to get advanced past second round, but
no, because they'll play the Well, I don't know, man. That's one of the best second round matchups you can get because JB Bickerstaff and Joe Mazzulla's heads will both be up their asses the entire
Oh
series.
my god!
Hey, Walker, did you see what Nick Saban had said about Quinyon Mitchell when he had got drafted?
No.
He said he was the number 1 guy that we were trying to get in the portal last year, and he just wouldn't get in the portal.
For Saban to be retired, he still is really just showing his face everywhere. I'm a little bit more ready for him to go fishing for a little while and then come back next year.
I feel like that was code for you need to die already.
Like
no,
I was watching
Bear Bryant.
Bro, but he retired and is immediately on the game day cast. Like
that's what I'm saying. Like he retired, but he's still gonna travel every weekend for college football. It's like, dog, at that point, why didn't you just keep coaching? Like,
right? Why you might as well just
kids.
And like I can't even escape him on the golf broadcast. Like you go watch the Masters and then you cut it on. It's like, damn, what is Saban doing here? Like
it's like Paterno. He didn't. I bet Paterno didn't coach for 10 years. He wandered around on the sideline.
Jeff, that might be a guy who's top 3.
That white people like.
Yeah, they love Nick.
Paterno, even with all the Sandusky stuff.
Oh, they don't care.
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
Yep.
He won too much.
I'll tell you what, I was wrong about Drew Alar. He sucks.
Hey, did you see his spring?
It was it was enough to make their best receiver get in the portal and go to Auburn.
Walker, bro, it was bad, bro. That man was cheeks. Like trash.
He's one of those like Hackenberg that literally just like had a good freshman year and just got constantly worse as he continued to throw football.
Hackenberg was like supposed to be like the number 1 pick.
Hey, the Panthers moved up into the first round,
and he still got drafted. Hackenberg still got drafted. That's my entire point.
But the Jets
reaching for these
went
dudes.
to the team that was
reaching for these dudes.
I forgot.
Bo Nix just went 12 and Michael Penix just went 8. Like,
I agree. It's insane.
Like, do people not realize that when Bo Nix was in his last year at Auburn, he was like the 8th best quarterback in the SEC that year?
In the SEC,
like
yeah.
And now all of a sudden he's the 12th best player in the entire NFL draft.
In the entire class. It drives me
that
insane.
49ers pick was weird.
Pierce was good though.
I don't think
he
so.
is good.
It was
they're weird.
They're trading Ayuk.
They're trading Ayuk or Samuels, right? Has to be.
I think they're trading Ayuk. They would have traded Debo.
I think they wanted to trade Debo. I think they wanted to trade Debo if they could get like into the top 5
today.
Like,
they would have traded him today. After that, I think they'll trade Ayuk. They won't. Just Debo would have been gone for today, but he's too much of a cap hit.
Well, I saw the Patriots linked Ayuk sometime earlier today. That was something that was getting worked on. Like, which I mean, fine. Ayuk on the Patriots feels like something that is definitely very Patriots.
I was about to say, it sounds like something Bill Belichick would have done.
Yeah, like the Patriots like, you know, looked around the room and said, all right, guys, find me the most mid-ass receiver on the market and let's go get him.
He feels like Larry McConkey feels like a Patriot if Belichick was still around. That's definitely top.
He's going to be good in the NFL, I think, just for like his little role. Like, he's going to be good.
The McConkey connection. I don't think he's a receiver, but it doesn't even matter.
That's a crazy. That's a crazy great
McCorkle to McConkey.
McCorkle to McConkey. Wild. That would have been a wild.
So the Bills.
Isn't it crazy that the Rams' first round pick tonight was the first one they'd made since Jared Goff?
Yeah, 2016, right? It's crazy.
That's
How do
literally the
you go like
definition
8
of all
years?
in.
Yeah, how do you go 8 years without making a first round pick?
Got him a Super Bowl.
I mean, nah, I ain't mad at him. Like, I ain't hating. I'm just saying that's crazy.
No, and then tonight they're like, all right, guys, like we have a lot of picks now. Let's gamble and get rid of more picks to go up and move up further in the first round. Let's not make all of our picks. Let's
Yeah.
just have less picks.
Man, the Lakers, they getting swept, bro.
Yo,
Lakers
LeBron,
getting swept.
Yeah, if the Lakers don't win
LeBron
tonight,
actually looks old.
yeah.
He looks old.
Yeah, well, finally, in year 21, he looks old.
If they don't win tonight, it'll end in game 4.
Yeah, there's no reason to fight for.
Yo, the Clippers
Nah, what are
Dallas
you
series.
dialing for with that, right?
I had a guy at work, and super nice guy. And he's like, "Man, the Lakers need to win tonight." And I went, "Yeah,
shit.
prob."
Yeah,
I know
no
you
shit.
know what I mean. I'm not gonna say that, but I'm like, yeah, probably. They
No
probably
fucking shit, Sherlock.
do. He was just having a conversation, but I was just like, yeah, probably.
So if he says that after game 3, the Lakers they gotta win tonight. Gotta
But
win.
Lakers got to win. I don't think so. I think they can afford one more.
Yeah, I don't think
I
they got.
think if they lose tonight, they got the Nuggets right where they want them.
That's like Magic Johnson tweeting. In order for the Lakers to win the game, they must be.
They probably want to score more.
Apparently, Juwan Jennings is on the last year of his deal too. So the Niners have all these expiring wide receivers basically. So they're kind of like, all right, like we're gonna start preparing for those guys to not be here anymore.
Which is smart.
But also with the talent, young talent, man, don't overpay for those dudes. Let them go. Get what you can out of them.
But receivers are becoming the new running back. Like,
The Panthers made they pick yet?
Yeah, they took Xavier Legette.
He's a baller. He'll be good there. He has a lot of AJ Brown qualities.
It seemed like he was going there.
Well, I think he like in one of his like public media interviews, I think he basically said like, yeah, playing for Carolina would be sick, so I could be close to home. Like I think he's South Carolina born and bred. Like,
nice.
So I think he just like I think both sides were pretty fired up about.
He's country as it gets.
Yeah,
like,
he's the type that rolls in with his he cut the sleeves off his shirt and he's got on like really high shorts and he's got his cowboy boots on and rolls into practice to get ready. And then he goes out there and just
that's what I'm talking about. Go to the right spot. That's great. That's a great spot. Like I don't know. So, like sometimes we force these players into square pegs and round holes.
You give a young quarterback a weapon that he can work with over his time as quarterback. Like
yeah. They need to draft. The Panthers should draft someone tomorrow that can just like Bryce Young can get on his shoulders so he can see over the line.
I was getting ready to say they should draft a step stool.
Yeah.
Some scaffolding. Carolina Panthers with the 64th pick draft scaffolding.
American scaffolding.
Yeah.
American scaffolding.
And one of them inflatable sumo suits he can wear around.
Literally. Or like a mini trampoline or something.
Chris, give me your initial reaction from the first night of the draft.
Just the quarterbacks, man. Like the overdrafting of quarterbacks. I get, like we talked about, I get it's an important position, but like to take a Bo Nix, maybe where he should be like in a second or third round, to take him 12th, that's wild. And then Penix too. I think Penix, I think he could be a good quarterback, but I don't think he was, top 10 he went. That's, I don't know. The overdrafting, that's what gets coaches and GMs fired. And we'll see what happens. But I think it's crazy that the overdrafting of quarterback, it's getting out of hand. To be honest.
I saw someone say that the reason they took Bo Nix so high this year was because all the quarterbacks in next year's class are Bo Nix. So they just went ahead and got it out of the way.
Might as well get the real Bo Nix and not.
That's basically being like, hey, that's basically being like, especially the Broncos who have failed drafting quarterbacks. That's basically being like, hey, That's
Awful.
basically being like, hey, we're a recovering addict. We're gonna go ahead and get that 4th relapse out of the way before next year. Like
Paxton Lynch, Tebow. Who else did they draft?
Imagine
Drew
drafting-
Lock. They drafted Drew Lock.
Drew Lock.
Imagine drafting Tim
Rippin.
Tebow and thinking that makes sense.
Didn't they trade up?
He did win a playoff game though. Like he was probably the most successful of all of them, which
You're
is saying
right.
something.
After Jake Plummer, yeah. But imagine like
And
Johnny
they're like,
Manziel,
nah,
Tim-
let's go
Johnny
get big,
Man-
man.
Johnny Manziel and Tim Tebow got drafted in the first round. That's it just shit like that blows my mind. When Mac Jones, we all sat here that night and talked about how stupid that was, and now we're right. Like I just don't understand like the thought process.
Yeah, both sides were wrong. Apparently, like the Niners and the Patriots were both like, all right, like we want one of Lance and Jones, and the football guys were like, hey, guess what? You're both fucking.
Yeah,
losers.
yeah. Guess what? No, that's a great point. That's another one. Hell, I mean, he's already moved on and we've forgotten, and it was a big deal. That was such a big deal.
That's the Cowboys' starting quarterback next year after like Dak leaves. So I mean, you got to get ready for that. He'll be back.
I don't know. It just.
All right, Jeff. What's your initial reaction of this draft?
Well, I mean, obviously the quarterback thing, and then I like what a lot of teams did. They drafted the right position, the right spot, for their team, whether it was offensive lineman, whether it was Worthy going to Kansas City. So like it seemed like at least half the teams were like drafted somebody to help them pretty soon. And then maybe for a while, I did like that. And then at the top, was just crazy with the quarterbacks. But Xavier Worthy being about as perfect a pick as you can ask for a Super Bowl champion just blows my mind.
Mo,
Offense wins championships, and the NFL just told you
Yeah.
loud and proud over the past 48 hours. A.J. Brown got signed to an extension. Penny Sewell got signed to an extension. Amon-Ra St. Brown got signed to an extension. The first 14 players drafted in this draft were offensive players. Like, we are now fully in the era of, buying all the way into offense from the trenches out. Like, that includes offensive linemen, anybody that impact the offensive side of the ball. First 14 picks, that's kind of wild. I think part of that obviously has to do with what Chris said about quarterbacks being overdrafted, but I mean, we've seen what I don't know the final count of how many receivers went, 5 or 6. Now that Leggett came in, I think 5, 6, 7 receivers went, 5 quarterbacks went. You know what I'm saying? Another 5, 6 offensive linemen. So I think the NFL just buying into the fact, man. Like I think we're in the era now where it's scoring a lot of points, and I know the Chiefs didn't win the Super Bowl the way they won it before, scoring a lot of points and being a high-powered offense, but I think it's like the era of what we saw with Golden State, how teams were arranging teams to beat Golden State. Like, I think everybody buying in the offense to try and make teams to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. So I think we're in that era. And this draft kind of screamed that really loud. And then all these offensive guys getting these extensions.
Except for running backs. What is this like?
Well, yeah. Except for running backs.
2 out of 3 years, no running
back in the first round.
Year, whatever, like not even a sniff.
Yeah, the Falcons' last 2 first-round picks were a running back and a backup quarterback. So
that's when you put it that way, it's actually kind
their
of
last 2 top 10 picks.
Yeah, and both were
last
picks.
2 top 10 picks.
They could have 2 top 10 pass rushers, offensive linemen, whatever.
Oh, both were number 8. Didn't they pick 8 last year?
Yeah.
So their 8th pick back-to-back is Michael Penix and Bijan Robinson.
You could have 2 staples on your offensive line, at least one. If you draft 2 offensive linemen top 10, one of them's a Pro Bowler. Even if the other one sucks, one of them's a Pro Bowler. But they did.
I thought the offensive line thing was a big story tonight. It's kind of the
Yeah.
NFL admitting that offensive linemen that are currently in the league kind of suck. And that offensive line play has been down and pass rushers have been dominating, and they're trying their best to accommodate that.
Because the best pass rushers the best pass protectors are old and the best pass rushers are young.
Yep. And so they're trying to find the next guys. Like it's now like they're trying to correct offensive line play. Like You know, the Titans could have taken Rome Odunze. Instead, they reached on an offensive tackle that probably would have been there at 13 because it's, you know, that's the priority there. The offensive line coach went on a big rant, slamming his fist on the table that they need more tackles in the post-draft press conference. So I thought that, like, I mean, the Chargers had a choice. You know, they basically had the Sewell Chase choice tonight in a lot of ways, and they went the same way Detroit did. They took the offensive lineman, who will probably go be an All-Pro in like 3 years.
And they'll be there longer. They're typically around longer.
He'll be there the next 10 to 12 years.
Yeah,
at
and he'll
least.
he'll be really, really good.
As long as he's not injured, he'll be there for 10 to 12 years, get paid $100 million, all that good stuff that them left tackles get.
Yep. And so I thought, and then even in the teens, you saw a lot of teams continue to take tackles, and I mean, even the Steelers took kind of a swing lineman who could, you know, kind of play both spots and stuff like that. It's just the emphasis on offensive line play was huge. I mean, we kind of said it before the draft, but it was a wide receiver, quarterback, and offensive line draft. Like basically everything but running backs and tight ends. Only one tight end. So.
Well, for our third annual Off the Ball Network live draft show, this was fun. I know we got off the rails a little bit, a lot of it, a lot of different parts, but that's what happens when you do a 4-hour show. For Chris, for Jeff, for Bo, for Walker, I'm Cruz. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Look forward to hearing from you guys throughout the rest of the draft. See you and good night.
Thanks, Cruz.